Welcome to Wife Cheating Story. I hope you have an enjoyable and relaxing time listening. Let's get started.
The air in Darius' home was heavy with stillness, the faint scent of unfamiliar perfume lingering in the corners. A single cufflink, monogrammed with bold initials HM, lay abandoned under the couch. Fiona's wine glass sat on the coffee table, lipstick smeared, its shade unrecognizable. And then came the text. "Make sure you handle the alarm next time. Miss you already. H." Darius' chest tightened, a storm of questions brewing. Who was H. Merrick, and why did Fiona leave her phone behind? The answers would shatter the life he thought he knew. Chapter 1. Darius Locke caught himself pausing at the threshold of his own home, the quiet unsettling him. Normally, there was some sign of life, maybe the TV humming away in the living room, or the faint sound of music from upstairs. But tonight the place felt eerily still. Darius exhaled, rolling his shoulders as he set down his overnight bag. He'd just returned from a site inspection in Denver, supposed to last through the weekend, only he'd managed to wrap things up a day early. A soft beep from the security panel alerted him. Alarm disarmed. Strange. Fiona, his wife, was supposed to be out of town with her old college girlfriends. That was the story she'd given anyway. He pressed a couple of keys to rearm the system. Another beep. Everything seemed functional, yet the silence tugged at his instincts. Fiona had been acting off for the last few weeks, distant, easily irritated, coming and going at odd hours. At first, he'd chalked it up to stress or maybe a midlife crisis. They'd been married 10 years. People changed, drifted. But that didn't explain the new routines. Phone calls late at night, hushed conversations, and that guilt-laced expression whenever Darius asked if something was wrong. He flicked on the hallway light. Nothing amiss. The living room lamp stood off in the corner, the couch cushions intact. Except there was a half-empty wine glass on the coffee table, bearing a dark lipstick that definitely didn't match Fiona's usual shade. He touched its stem thoughtfully. The wine still smelled fresh, and if Fiona were gone, who'd been drinking it? He heard nothing from upstairs, no footsteps, no rummaging in the kitchen. For a moment, Darius wondered if maybe Fiona had come back early, left in a rush. He glanced around, searching for any sign of her purse or jacket, but found none. The house felt deserted. That's when he spotted it. A single cufflink on the carpet, half tucked beneath the couch. Kneeling, he retrieved it. It was engraved with bold initials, HM. He frowned. He didn't own anything monogrammed, let alone with those letters. Maybe it had been dropped by a business acquaintance of Fiona's. But how? Fiona wasn't big on hosting random visits. She usually met people at restaurants or her small event planning office. Darius's pulse thudded in his ears as he slipped the cufflink into his pocket. A mild suspicion brewed in his mind, but he shut it down, refusing to jump to conclusions. Still, a faint unease settled into his gut as he rose to his feet. He headed to the kitchen. An empty wine bottle stood near the sink, the label peeled off. Fiona often did that when she intended to reuse the bottle for some decorative arrangement. But it struck him as odd that she'd peel the label, yet leave the glass half-finished in the next room. Something was off about the entire scene, like someone had rushed out in a hurry. He recalled that moment last week when she'd hurriedly ended a phone call as he walked into the bedroom. He remembered her startled expression, the phone pressed to her ear, her eyes darting like a deer in headlights. He'd asked who it was, and she'd laughed it off. "Just an old friend. We're planning a reunion." Then she'd changed the topic to dinner. In the quiet, he summoned the memory of her suspicious behavior. Texting at midnight, her phone turned face down whenever he passed. The thought of it grated on him, especially because he'd never been a jealous husband. They each had their own lives. He'd built a contracting and construction business from scratch, and she'd pursued event planning. Both were busy, but they usually made time for each other. Lately, that time had evaporated. She'd come home late, claiming she'd been with old friends. Darius rubbed a hand across his jaw, the half-drunken wine glass a random cufflink. The alarm disarmed. None of it lined up neatly. If Fiona was traveling, why would she leave the security system off? Why would she open a bottle of wine she didn't finish? He stepped back toward the living room, scanning the floor. He wanted to see if there was another cufflink or any sign that might clarify what was going on. Instead, he found nothing else, just neat carpet. But as he moved the couch away from the wall, a faint trace of perfume greeted him, a brand that wasn't Fiona's. This one was spicier, heavier. Fiona preferred light, floral scents. Darius felt an uneasy prickling at the base of his neck. He was not the type to jump to wild conclusions, but something told him these were pieces of a puzzle he didn't want to solve. Yet he had to. He carefully put the couch back in place and decided to slip the cufflink into his desk drawer upstairs. Tomorrow, he'd quietly investigate. If Fiona had a friend named Henry Merrick or something along those lines, maybe that would explain the monogram. But as far as he knew, she'd never mentioned an HM. The phone on the side table buzzed a text message. Fiona's phone. She must have left it behind. Darius took a step toward it, then stopped, exhaling. It wasn't like him to pry. Normally he respected her privacy, but under the circumstances, ignoring it felt naive. He picked up the phone. The lock screen lit with a short text from H. Merrick. "Make sure you handle the alarm next time. I don't want any surprises. Miss you already. H." A hollow sensation spread through Darius's chest. He swiped the screen, but it demanded Fiona's passcode. He set the phone down carefully, heart pounding. H. Merrick. That nearly confirmed the cufflink belonged to him. He walked away, fists clenched. He needed to think logically. Storming off with accusations before understanding the full story wasn't in his nature. He was a planner, used to orchestrating complex construction deals. He disliked chaos and prided himself on his measured approach. If there truly was an affair, he wanted undeniable proof. He realized he needed intel, and ironically, the best place to start might be the alarm logs. As the homeowner, he had an app for the system that recorded each time the front door was unlocked or the alarm was disarmed. Reaching for his phone, he scrolled through the alarm's history. Sure enough, multiple disarms had occurred at suspicious hours, 2:14 a.m. on a Sunday, 1:05 a.m. the following Tuesday, 11:42 p.m. just last night. Times that overlapped with her nights out. He sank onto the couch and let out a slow breath. This pattern had repeated for weeks. Their normal routine rarely demanded either of them to be out so late. Fiona's new job didn't require nighttime site visits. Was she meeting H. Merrick at those hours? The half-finished wine, the abandoned phone, the cufflink, it felt like the puzzle pieces were forming a dark picture. The memory of his housekeeper's offhand comment 2 weeks ago flickered in Darius's mind. Something about seeing a Mr. Henry dropping by. He'd scarcely paid attention then, imagining maybe it was someone from Fiona's event planning circle. Now it sounded like a direct red flag. The housekeeper had stammered out an apology as if she'd said too much. Darius recalled letting it slide. "Fiona's friend Henry?" the housekeeper had said, rummaging through words as though they tasted sour. "He came around noon, but I guess you were traveling, sir." She'd hurriedly excused herself. Now everything pointed to that name. Darius pressed his thumb and forefinger to the bridge of his nose, eyes squeezed shut. A swirl of anger threatened to unbalance him, but he forced it aside. He was going to remain rational, gather evidence. Only once he was absolutely sure would he act. Fiona wasn't due back from her girls' trip for another couple of days. That gave him time to lay the groundwork for whatever came next. Darius stared at Fiona's phone. The text from H. Merrick glowed on the lock screen, demanding his attention. He took a moment to weigh the ethics. She'd left it behind. But this was his life, too. If she was lying, he had every right to know. He tried the passcode, Fiona's birth date. Denied. Their anniversary. Denied again. Something else. He typed in a guess. Her mother's birth date, from what he recalled. The screen blinked open. His pulse hammered as the phone unlocked, revealing a conversation thread full of affectionate messages from H. Merrick, explicit enough to remove any illusions. Phrases like, "Last night was exhilarating," references to, "The next time you're free," talk of "those missing hours," and instructions to disarm the house alarm were scattered through the chat. The log went back weeks. A coldness settled in Darius's chest, a strange combination of heartbreak, humiliation, and fury. He forced himself to remain calm, scanning the messages swiftly, snapping mental pictures of them. This Henry apparently had some business link to Darius's father, Clay Locke, a well-known investor. A few references to "Clay can't wait to finalize the deal," or "your father-in-law is on board," leapt out at him. That part made his stomach churn. If Clay was aware of this affair, or worse, facilitating it, Darius's sense of betrayal would multiply. He locked the phone, placed it gently on the table. That was enough for now. He had seen enough to know he wasn't imagining anything. This was real. Fiona was cheating on him with a man named Henry Merrick, and there were hints his own father might be involved in some business scheme behind his back. He walked to his study on autopilot, each step echoing in the silent house. At his desk, he tossed the cufflink into a drawer, then sank into his chair. Opening his laptop, he began combing through the background of Henry Merrick, using his business connections. Darius was well known in construction circles. Henry's name had come up once or twice as an investor, but Darius had never thought much of it. A quick check of the local corporate listings confirmed that Henry was a significant player in a private equity firm. A separate note popped up. Henry Merrick recently signed a potential deal with Locke Holdings. Locke Holdings was Clay's enterprise. Darius blinked at the screen, unease surging anew. So Henry was not only creeping into Darius's personal life via Fiona, but also forging some sort of alliance with Clay. That spelled trouble, especially since Clay had never been fully supportive of Darius's independence as a business owner. Clay often meddled or tried to undermine him, though always with a paternal grin. Could Clay's meddling go as far as enabling Henry to slip into Darius's marriage? It seemed outrageous, but the messages had implied Clay's knowledge. Darius's phone buzzed an incoming call from his father. He stared at the screen, unsettled by the timing. Hesitating a moment, he picked up. "Darius," Clay said, in that smooth, self-assured tone. "You're back in town earlier than expected?" Darius forced composure. "Yes, Dad. Wrapped up faster than we thought." "Good, good. Listen, there's something we should talk about. Perhaps dinner tomorrow night? I hear you've been working on an expansion for your company. You might want fresh investors." Clay paused. "A friend of mine's eager to jump in. Perhaps you've met him, Henry Merrick?" Darius's grip tightened around the phone. "I've heard the name," he said flatly. "Ah, excellent." Clay sounded pleased, oblivious to Darius's tension. "We'll chat details soon. Let me know your schedule, yes?" "Sure," Darius muttered, voice tight. "I'll be in touch." He ended the call, heart pounding. So Clay was indeed pushing Henry into Darius's sphere. For business? Or to orchestrate something far more sinister? Darius ground his teeth, furious. Was Clay trying to gain control of Darius's contracting firm by planting a big investor someone intimately connected to Fiona now? It was almost too twisted to believe, yet the puzzle pieces suggested that might be exactly what was happening. And if Fiona was complicit, this betrayal was deeper than a mere fling. It felt like a coordinated attempt to manipulate or overthrow Darius, personally and professionally. By midnight, Darius was too restless to sleep. He stashed Fiona's phone in a locked cabinet to prevent her from erasing evidence if she returned unannounced. Then he reviewed the security footage from the past 2 days. Sure enough, the camera in the driveway captured Henry's black Mercedes pulling in at 1 a.m. the previous night. The footage showed him stepping out and Fiona greeting him at the side door. They exchanged a brief kiss before disappearing inside. It hurt to watch, but it confirmed everything. At 2:45 a.m., Henry left, the grin on his face unmistakable. Fiona stood in the doorway, arms folded, wearing a robe. The raw image of betrayal caused Darius's stomach to twist. She'd been so casual, so comfortable lying to his face. He closed the video, trembling with suppressed anger. He needed to keep a clear head. Fury alone wouldn't help him. He was a planner, a strategist. If Henry, Fiona, and possibly Clay were conspiring, Darius had to assemble a rock-solid counterattack. He wouldn't be humiliated or robbed of everything he'd built. At 2 a.m., Darius finally rose from the desk and headed to the bedroom. He looked around, reminders of his marriage everywhere. Photos from their honeymoon in Key West, her perfume bottles on the dresser, the duvet they'd chosen together. Now, every memory felt tainted. Standing there, he whispered to the empty room, "I'm not that naive kid you might think I am. If you've decided to betray me, you'd better be ready for the consequences." Then he went to the closet, pulled out a spare sheet and pillow, and headed back downstairs. He had no interest in sleeping in that bed tonight. Tomorrow he would begin methodically collecting evidence, insulating his business assets, and preparing for a confrontation. If Fiona thought she could keep lying, if Clay and Henry believed they could corner him from all sides, they were in for a rude awakening. As he settled on the living room couch, the hush of the house returned like a weight on his chest. He stared at the ceiling, mind racing with possibilities. Betrayal was rarely simple, and this one looked dangerously layered. Personal infidelity, business manipulation, and paternal sabotage. Darius was determined to unravel it no matter the cost. He clenched his jaw, recalling every smug text from Henry's phone. "They think I'm blind," he thought, fists tightening. "We'll see who's really the fool." Chapter 2. Fiona Locke was on edge. She paced her hotel room, phone pressed to her ear, attempting to sound calm despite her pounding heart. "Yes, Henry, I'm at the Lakeview Resort like I told Darius," she murmured. "He still thinks I'm here for a girls' weekend." Henry's voice oozed confidence on the other end. "Good. Let's keep it that way," he said. "We don't want him suspecting anything just yet. Clay's counting on a smooth transition." She swallowed. "I'm aware, but Darius can be sharp. I'm worried he'll notice the slightest slip." "Relax," Henry assured her. "We've been careful. Just keep your story consistent. And remember, your father-in-law wants this done with minimal fuss." Fiona ended the call, anxiety swirling in her stomach. She'd initially stumbled into an affair with Henry Merrick out of restlessness. Darius had become so absorbed in his expanding business that she felt invisible. Then Henry had arrived at one of Clay's gatherings, sophisticated, flirtatious, eager to shower her with attention. It was thrilling. Before she knew it, she'd let herself be drawn into secret dinners and stolen nights. But now, The affair was tangled with Clay's push to get Henry into Darius's company as an investor, possibly overshadowing Darius's ownership. Fiona had no illusions. She was part of the scheme. The thought made her queasy. She didn't exactly want to sabotage her husband's success, yet she'd rationalized that maybe a big investment from Henry was beneficial for Darius, too. She told herself she was just making sure Henry and Darius collaborated. But each day, Henry whispered suggestions about Darius being naive, about seizing the moment, about how Fiona deserved a bigger share in the life Darius built. "You've given him 10 years," Henry liked to say. "What do you get in return? A passable lifestyle? You deserve better." Fiona recalled the day she overheard Clay telling Henry that Darius was too protective of his firm, that he wouldn't easily accept external takeover. Henry had laughed, replying something about using the wife as a wedge. Fiona had felt a pang of alarm but tried to ignore it. She liked Henry's attention, not his corporate games. However, now it seemed they were all entangled. And the guilt gnawed at her, particularly the fear that Darius would discover her betrayal. She shook her head, telling herself she had everything under control. She'd be back home in 2 days, and Darius would never suspect a thing. Meanwhile, back in the Locke's house, Darius meticulously combed through phone bills and finances. He'd woken up early, running on a shot of adrenaline. He was determined to be thorough before Fiona returned. The more he uncovered, the more suspicious the pattern. Late-night calls to Henry, occasional unexplained charges at upscale restaurants, and random weekend getaways. He discovered certain checks with Fiona's signature, referencing consultancy fees. The payee, H. Merrick. That stung worse than the text messages because it implied she was literally funneling money to Henry in some capacity. For what? That was still unclear. Darius documented everything, scanning receipts and archiving them. If a divorce loomed, and he suspected it might, this evidence would be essential. He also needed to protect his own business assets. The fleeting mention of Clay's involvement made him think, if Clay planned a corporate power move, Darius had to insulate his finances. Late that afternoon, Darius stepped into his father's downtown office unannounced. Clay Locke's receptionist was startled to see him. "Mr. Darius, did we have you on the schedule?" she asked politely. "No, but my father mentioned dinner. I thought I'd drop by," Darius replied, keeping his tone casual. "Is he free?" She hesitated, then led him to Clay's executive lounge. The place reeked of wealth and confidence-polished wood. Expensive art. Clay was on a phone call, feet propped on his imposing mahogany desk. He cast a narrow-eyed glance at Darius and motioned for him to wait. Darius quietly observed his father's posture, the casual arrogance that always grated on him. He recalled being a teenager, bristling under Clay's dismissive remarks about that boy's hobby, whenever Darius talked about building or architecture. Eventually, Clay hung up and offered a princely smile. "Son, this is a surprise. You must have gotten my message about dinner tomorrow." "Yes," Darius lied smoothly. "I was nearby. Thought I'd see if you had time now." Clay studied him for a moment, then stood, crossing the office to shake Darius's hand. "Of course. I always have time for you." He gestured toward a plush sitting area, ensuring Darius felt overshadowed by his presence. They settled in. Darius forced himself to remain cordial. "So you mentioned Henry Merrick is keen to invest in my construction firm?" Clay's lips quirked. "Yes, indeed. Henry's got a flair for finding undervalued ventures. He sees potential in your business, wants to help you scale up. I can set up a formal introduction if you prefer." Darius tapped a finger on the armrest. "Funny. I heard that name recently in a different context. Henry Merrick. He's not from around here, is he?" Clay shrugged. He's from out of state, but he's well connected. We go back some years. Good man, as far as I know." He paused, leveling a gaze at Darius. "Why? Is something the matter?" Darius carefully masked his anger. "No, just wanted to be sure this is a legitimate opportunity, not some cunning move to wrest control from me." Clay's eyes flashed with mild amusement. "Son, you've always been suspicious. If you want to keep your firm small, that's your prerogative. But if you have the ambition, I think you do, you'll see Henry's money is just the ticket to expansion." Darius forced a small smile, acting like he was receptive. "I appreciate your concern, Dad. Let's talk details soon." Clay nodded, satisfied. "Indeed. Good man." Then his father's tone shifted, becoming paternal. "And how is Fiona? I hear she's off with friends." The question twisted a knife in Darius's chest, but he didn't flinch. "She's traveling. She'll be back soon." Clay arched an eyebrow. "Hope she enjoys herself?" He sounded almost too casual, making Darius wonder if Clay was mocking him. "Me too," Darius replied evenly. "I should go. We'll reschedule dinner for tomorrow?" "Yes. Perfect. I'll invite Henry." Clay smirked as though expecting Darius to be delighted. Darius nodded, then stood and left, forcibly maintaining a calm facade. But inside, his mind churned. Clay was definitely setting something up with Henry. The question remained, how deep did Fiona's involvement go? As Darius strolled out of the building, he phoned his younger sister, Rebecca Locke, who worked as a junior accountant at one of Clay's subsidiary companies. He rarely asked her about business matters, but after glimpsing hints in Fiona's phone that R might be texting warnings, he suspected Rebecca had some knowledge. "Hey, Beck," he said when she answered. "You busy?" Her voice was warm but cautious. "Not too busy for you. Everything okay?" He paused at a street corner. "I need to ask, have you heard Dad mention Henry Merrick? Something about him investing in my firm?" The hesitation was telling. "Yes, I've heard bits. Dad keeps it mostly hush. Hush. But I gather Henry's planning a big move." "A move against me?" Darius pressed, voice lowering. There was a short silence. "Darius, I don't know the full story, but rumor says Henry wants a controlling stake in your company. Dad's encouraging it. He claims you're too inexperienced to handle large-scale expansions. They want to position Henry as a major investor, maybe more." Darius's jaw tightened. "I see. And Fiona?" Rebecca's voice went soft. "Look, I only overheard that she's friendly with Henry. Dad teased the idea that she might convince you if you're reluctant. I didn't ask details. You know how Dad can be." He swallowed a wave of fury. "All right. Thanks, Beck. If you learn anything else, let me know." She hesitated. "Darius, are you okay? You sound off." "I'm fine," he said curtly. "Just keep your ears open. I appreciate it." He hung up, heart pounding. This confirmed everything. Clay was orchestrating a scenario where Henry would overshadow Darius. Fiona's role likely extended beyond a casual fling. She was helping Henry, possibly under Clay's subtle encouragement. The betrayal was more elaborate than Darius initially feared. Around the same time, Fiona ended her girls' weekend facade prematurely. She couldn't stand the tension and decided it was safer to return home early, double-checking that Darius hadn't discovered anything. Henry had assured her everything was fine, but she wanted to confirm. So she drove back in the late evening, rehearsing a casual excuse about her friends cutting the trip short. As she pulled into the driveway, an odd sense of apprehension welled up. The house lights were on, which meant Darius was already there. Usually, he'd greet her at the door. Tonight, the door remained closed. Stepping inside, she braced herself. She tried to conjure a breezy smile. "Darius, I'm home," she called, setting her purse on the foyer table. "Plans changed last minute. Where are you?" He emerged from the living room, arms folded. "Welcome back," he said coolly. Her heart lurched at his tone. "Hey," she began uncertainly. "Sorry for the abrupt return. My friend got sick, and, well," he just nodded, not pressing for detail. "Right. Are you tired? Hungry?" She blinked. A bit tired, yeah, but I'm okay." She noticed something in his eyes, like he was holding back a tidal wave of emotion. Darius gestured to her phone, which he'd placed on the console. "You forgot that. Surprising you didn't come back sooner for it." A flash of panic flickered through Fiona's mind. She forced a little laugh. "Oh, I didn't realize until I was already out of town. Figured I'd manage without it for a day or two." Darius said nothing, but the tension in the air was thick enough to slice. Fiona felt her nerves fraying. He was too calm, too measured. Over the next few hours, Darius played the role of the polite husband. He asked mundane questions about her trip, never once hinting at suspicion. Fiona responded warily, weaving half-truths about an old college friend named Marissa who'd fallen ill. She insisted she'd cut the trip short to drive her friend back, but conveniently left out addresses or details. Darius just nodded along, cooking a simple dinner while Fiona hovered at the kitchen counter, picking at the meal. She kept an eye on him, uncertain why he hadn't asked about the cufflink or the suspicious phone calls. Part of her wanted to check her phone's messages to ensure nothing incriminating was left open, but Darius had set her phone on a high shelf with no explanation. She couldn't just grab it without looking guilty. In truth, Darius had already downloaded everything from her phone to a secure drive. He had no intention of confronting her tonight. He wanted her to remain unsuspecting, possibly slip up further or reveal more, so he kept the conversation benign. Eventually, Fiona excused herself, saying she needed a shower and some rest. Darius pretended not to notice the tremor in her voice. Upstairs, Fiona shut herself in the bathroom, her heart hammering. She turned on the shower but sat on the edge of the tub, trying to calm down. Something felt off. Darius was never this quiet. If he was annoyed by her abrupt change of plans, he'd say so. If he was suspicious, he'd typically ask direct questions. Instead, he'd served her dinner as though everything was normal. "He doesn't suspect anything, right?" she thought, placing a hand over her mouth. "He's always been trusting. Maybe I'm just paranoid." Still, the sense of doom lingered. She rinsed quickly under the hot water, then slipped into pajamas. Before returning downstairs, she checked her phone in the bedroom. It was locked, no suspicious app left open. But a few messages from Henry had been read, though she hadn't read them herself. Her stomach flipped. Could Darius have read them? She bit her lip, quickly deleting the chain of messages, cursing her stupidity for not setting a more secure passcode. But it was too late if Darius had already seen them. She paced around, deciding she needed to keep calm. If Darius had truly read everything, he would have confronted her by now. He wasn't the type to bottle that up, right? Downstairs, Darius was on his laptop in the living room, reading the day's financial news with forced casualness. He saw her descending the stairs in her robe, looking uncertain. He studied her from the corner of his eye, noticing her clenched fists. She was on high alert. Good. Let her squirm. "Hey," she ventured. "I think I'll head to bed. It's been a long day." "Sure," he said, not looking away from his screen. "I'll be up later. Good night." She gave him a fleeting look, then walked to the bedroom. Once she was out of sight, Darius closed his laptop and leaned his head back. Anger simmered beneath his calm facade. Listening to her spin stories about a sick friend was infuriating. But if he unleashed on her now, she'd clam up or run to Henry. He needed a more thorough plan. He set the laptop aside, checking the time on his phone. Clay had insisted they meet tomorrow with Henry. Perfect timing, Darius thought. If Fiona was part of the scheme, he'd glean more from that meeting. Maybe Henry would reveal more about how he and Fiona planned to manipulate Darius. Then Darius could finalize his strategy both for business protection and for personal retribution. The next morning, Fiona woke to find Darius already gone. She felt a jolt of anxiety. He'd left a note on the kitchen counter. Early site meeting. See you tonight. D. No mention of dinner with Clay or Henry. Did he forget, or was he deliberately withholding details? She wanted to confirm if they were meeting Henry, but she hesitated to call Clay directly. That might look suspicious. She spent the day wrestling with her nerves. She texted Henry covertly. Fiona. D might be suspicious. He's acting too calm. Are you sure it's safe to meet him tonight with Clay? Henry. Stop panicking. Clay and I have everything under control. Just keep your story consistent. Fiona read that message at least 10 times, trying to believe it. But her gut churned. She decided to maintain her usual routine, sorted some mail, checked on her event planning appointments, and tried to appear normal. Yet the sense of impending confrontation hovered like a storm cloud. Late afternoon arrived. Darius texted her briefly. Meeting Clay at the High Ridge Steakhouse around 7. If you want to join, up to you. No mention of Henry. Fiona's pulse quickened. She responded, Sure. I'll be there. Will Henry be present? Yes, Dad insisted. We'll see you then. The finality of his reply made her apprehensive. This was the moment of truth. If she didn't go, it might look suspicious. If she did, she'd be forced to watch Henry and Darius interact, uncertain if Darius knew everything or nothing. A chill crept down her spine as she realized she was walking into a potential minefield. Chapter 3. Fiona arrived at the High Ridge Steakhouse first, nerves on edge. She purposely picked a table near the corner, wanting a bit of privacy. The restaurant's dim lighting and polished wood floors gave it a sophisticated ambiance. She fiddled with the linen napkin, mentally bracing for the dinner ahead. Her phone buzzed Henry, texting to say he'd be 5 minutes late. Clay also texted that he was stuck in traffic, would be 10 minutes late. Meanwhile, Darius simply walked in at 6:55 p.m., cool and composed, scanning the room until he spotted Fiona. He approached the table with deliberate calm. Evening, he said quietly, pulling out a chair. We're early. She forced a smile. Looks that way. Henry and your father are running late. Darius signaled for water from a passing waiter. No rush, he said. Then he regarded Fiona with unreadable eyes. So how was your day after you got back? His question felt pointed, but she responded lightly. I caught up on errands, tried to relax. Darius nodded, apparently uninterested in further small talk. They fell into a brief silence, tension crackling in the air. Fiona wondered if she should say something about Henry to diffuse the discomfort, but she didn't dare. She didn't want to spark questions about how well she knew him. At 7:05 p.m., Henry Merrick swept in, exuding confidence. He wore a tailored navy suit, hair combed back. Spotting Fiona, he flashed a quick smile that might have looked harmless to an outsider, but felt like a personal signal to Fiona. She quickly glanced away, hoping Darius didn't notice the flicker of recognition in her eyes. Ah, so you're both here, Henry greeted, taking a seat beside Fiona. Darius, good to finally meet you properly. Clay's told me so much about your business. Darius extended a handshake, face impassive. Henry Merrick, right? Good to meet you as well. Henry's grip was firm, and Darius met it without blinking. Fiona wondered if Henry sensed the undercurrent of hostility. She tried to keep her composure, offering a polite nod. "You found the place okay?" she asked Henry, mostly to fill the silence. He smirked. "I know my way around." Then he turned to Darius. "Thanks for agreeing to see me. I'm excited about potential investment opportunities. Once Clay arrives, we can get into specifics." Fiona felt Henry's knee brush hers under the table, a surreptitious touch. She nearly jolted, but Henry moved away. She prayed Darius hadn't spotted the subtle contact. Her stomach twisted with guilt. Moments later, Claylock arrived, apologizing for traffic. He took the seat next to Darius, giving them all a grand smile. "Well, here we are. Let's make this quick and productive," Clay declared, waving over a waiter to order a bottle of red wine. Fiona tensed. She knew Clay liked to cut to the chase in business matters. But she also knew Darius was no fool. She watched them all settle in, each man wearing a controlled expression. Clay turned to Henry. "I've briefed you on the basics of Locke Construction, Darius's firm. Maybe start by outlining how you see yourself fitting in, Henry." Henry cleared his throat, launching into a smooth pitch. He talked about expansions, how injecting capital could fund new developments, how their combined networks could elevate the business to statewide reach. Darius listened quietly, occasionally interjecting to clarify a point. Fiona noticed Darius's polite smile never reached his eyes. "And Fiona?" Clay cut in at one point. "Since you're part of the family, I'm sure you'd be excited to see Darius's operation scale up, right?" Her heart jumped. She offered a forced laugh. "Of course, growth is beneficial for all." She hoped that was vague enough. She didn't trust herself to elaborate without giving away her involvement with Henry. Darius sipped his water. "Sure. Growth is beneficial if done on stable terms. I'm curious about the specific arrangement Henry proposes. For instance, what percentage stake does he want in exchange for this capital?" Henry leaned back, shooting Darius a grin. "Well, the final numbers are flexible, but I was initially thinking around 40% for my group, enough to have a real say in strategic decisions." Fiona bit her lip, wondering if that was the official figure, or if Henry aimed higher. Clay didn't flinch, so presumably he knew this was the plan. Darius's eyebrow arched. 40% is substantial. Let's say I prefer not to cede that much control without more detail. Are you suggesting a majority co-control or something else?" Henry spread his hands amicably. "We can discuss terms. Maybe it's 30%, maybe 35%. The main point is that my capital injection will let you undertake bigger projects. You'd still be the face of the firm, day to day." Fiona felt the unspoken tension swirl around the table. She knew Henry wanted at least 40%, if not more. She also knew from private conversations that Henry believed Darius would cave if pressured. Now she saw Darius's cool gaze flick between them. He wasn't caving, not in the slightest. When the waiter arrived with wine, Clay steered the conversation to light banter, possibly hoping to ease the mood. He asked about Darius's latest contracting site, dropping references to how sometimes we need outside help. Darius deflected, describing the scope in neutral terms, never conceding he needed financial rescue. Fiona sat there, acutely aware of Henry's presence. She caught him glancing at her occasionally as if checking if she was all right. She avoided eye contact, focusing on the swirl of wine in her glass. At one point, Henry turned to Fiona specifically. "You must see how Darius's time is spread thin. All these project sites, he's just one man, right? I imagine you'd love to see him with more support so he can relax, enjoy life." Fiona felt heat flood her cheeks, reading between the lines Henry was hinting at her dissatisfaction, the same lines he'd used in private. But in front of Darius, it sounded condescending. She carefully set her glass down. I'm sure we all want Darius to succeed in a balanced way, she murmured, not wanting to appear too enthusiastic about Henry's help. Darius's gaze sharpened. I appreciate your concern for my well-being, he said, tone mild, but I'm doing fine. My priorities remain under control. Henry feigned a friendly laugh. Of course. Just offering an outsider's perspective. Fresh eyes can lighten your load. From across the table, Clay cleared his throat. Perhaps we should set up a formal due diligence session. Let Henry's team review your financials, see the best approach. We can finalize the investment terms after that. Fiona, you can help facilitate some of the initial meetings if needed, yes? Fiona forced a nod. Sure, if Darius wants me involved. Something flickered in Darius's eyes, frustration, perhaps, or suspicion. I'll manage the scheduling with my staff. I won't trouble Fiona with that, unless there's a specific reason, he said coolly. As the dinner progressed, the group's dynamic grew more strained. Clay and Henry kept pushing the angle of expansion, while Darius politely sidestepped any firm commitment. Fiona sensed Henry's impatience rising. Meanwhile, Clay gave Darius a fatherly talk about not missing your window of opportunity. Darius responded with factual data about slow, steady growth being safer than ceding huge stakes to unknown investors. Eventually, dessert arrived, a sign the evening was nearing its end. Darius glanced at his watch. This has been enlightening, he said, giving Henry a curt nod. I'll think over your offer. Let's say we reconvene in a week to discuss specifics after I look at your proposed terms in writing. Henry exhaled, seemingly disappointed Darius hadn't signed on the dotted line right now. Yes, a week is fine. I'll have my documents ready. Clay rubbed his temples as if pained by Darius's caution. We could expedite the process. Time is money after all. Darius didn't budge. A week is soon enough. They parted outside the steakhouse. Henry shook hands with Darius, giving him a determined smile. Then he turned to Fiona, offering a quick hug that, to an observer, might seem like a friendly goodbye. She felt his arm linger a fraction too long around her waist. Darius's expression was stone. Clay also said a brisk farewell, telling them he'd be in touch. The group dispersed, leaving Fiona and Darius standing by their respective cars in the parking lot. She was about to speak when Darius quietly said, "You rode here separately?" She nodded, heart thumping. I wasn't sure of your schedule." He stared at her for a moment, then said, "I'll see you at home," and walked off. Fiona remained frozen for a few seconds, mind racing. She wasn't sure if that subdued tone meant he was merely tired, or if he was furious and concealing it. She hated the uncertainty. Back at the house, she arrived about 10 minutes after him. She found Darius in his study flipping through some papers. He looked up briefly. "You want to talk about tonight's meeting?" she ventured, stepping closer. He shrugged. "Sure. What's your take?" She hesitated. "Well, Henry's offer might be beneficial if you really want to expand quickly, but I understand your caution. Maybe you can find a middle ground." Darius fixed her with a measuring look. "Interesting. So you think Henry's a good ally for me?" Her pulse quickened at the challenge in his voice. "Potentially. I mean, your father trusts him." Darius gave a dry laugh. "Right. Clay's trust is so reassuring." He gathered some papers and slid them into a drawer. "Look, I won't let them rush me. If Henry wants in, he'll have to accept my terms. I'm not handing him the keys to my kingdom just because Clay said so." Fiona tried to keep her tone light. "Of course. You're in control of your own business." She paused, wanting to gauge his mood. "You don't like him, do you?" Darius leaned back in his chair. "He's confident. Let's say I'm not eager to partner with a man I know so little about." He folded his arms. But you seem comfortable around him. Do you know him better than you let on? Her heart skipped. Not really. I've only met him a couple times at your father's events. He's pleasant enough. She averted her gaze, praying he wouldn't push further. A long silence stretched. Then Darius said, "All right, I'm heading to bed. We can talk tomorrow if anything else comes up." Fiona offered a small nod, relieved he wasn't pressing. "Good night." As she turned to leave, his voice stopped her. "Fiona?" She looked over her shoulder. "Yes?" His expression was unreadable. "I'd appreciate transparency going forward. If you have any direct dealings with Henry, let me know. No secrets." Her stomach twisted. "Of course," she lied softly. "You'll know everything." His gaze lingered, then he nodded once. "Good night." The next day, Fiona found herself summoned to Clay's office. She half dreaded it, suspecting he wanted an update on how the dinner went. She arrived to see him in his sleek office, flipping through reports. "Fiona, dear," Clay greeted, motioning her to sit. "We need to strategize. Henry's not pleased your husband is so stubborn. I'm not either." She set her purse down carefully. "He's protective of his company. That's how Darius is." Clay leaned forward, eyes narrowing. "Yes, well, we need him to realize that if he wants to keep you happy, and if he wants to stay afloat in a bigger league, Henry's money is the best solution." Fiona's stomach nodded. "I'm not sure Darius will accept outside control. He's very independent." Clay snorted. "That's his pride talking. If he doesn't cooperate, he'll remain a small-time contractor forever. And do you want to be stuck with a modest life? Henry can provide far more." She frowned, uneasy at how Clay so casually dismissed Darius's achievements. But she forced a neutral response. "We can keep encouraging him. Maybe if Henry sweetens the deal or shows him a real advantage, Darius might come around." Clay's grin was cold. "Precisely. Henry suggested you do more to persuade your husband. He implied you have ways of influencing him." Her pulse pounded. She recognized the subtext. Clay was basically urging her to use her marital relationship or her personal leverage to push Darius. She swallowed. "I can try to nudge him, but Darius is suspicious. I can't force him." Clay shrugged, leaning back. "Then keep being subtle. Show him the benefits of wealth, the glamorous side. You want a bigger home, right? Or more freedom. Convince him that Henry's plan is the fastest route." Fiona inwardly shuddered at how manipulative Clay sounded, yet nodded. "All right, I'll do what I can." He dismissed her with an airy wave. "Good. Keep me updated." Walking out, Fiona felt thoroughly unsettled. Clay's pushiness was stronger than she'd expected. He didn't care about family bonds or Darius's own success. He wanted to control the narrative for his own advantage, aided by Henry. And she was a pawn in their eyes. That evening at home, she tried to hint to Darius about the potential upside of partnering with people who can lighten your workload. She mentioned how it might give them time to travel or buy a bigger house. Darius eyed her like she was a stranger. "You've never complained about my pace before," he said. "Why the sudden push for a bigger house or more travel?" She stumbled over her words. You've been working so hard. Maybe if you had an investor, you'd have more free time for us. For yourself." He gave a slow nod, crossing his arms. "Interesting. Is that your personal wish? Or someone else's idea?" Her cheeks warmed. "My personal wish, sure. We could stand to expand, right? That's what your father always says." Darius's expression grew stony. "Funny, because last year you were the one telling me you liked our smaller operation, how it felt more personal. Now you want me to chase a bigger scale?" Her mind scrambled for an excuse. "People evolve. My perspective changed, that's all." He leaned forward, gaze intense. Or maybe you're parroting what Henry and Clay want you to say. Be honest, Fiona, whose side are you on here? She froze. For a moment, words failed her. I'm not taking sides. I just want the best for us. He observed her in silence. All right, he said quietly. If you say so. Then he walked away, leaving her heart pounding in her chest. Days turned into a tense routine. Fiona found excuses to see Henry. Discreetly, he insisted they meet to coordinate business persuasion tactics. They had fleeting moments of physical closeness, but mostly Henry grilled her about Darius's mood. She couldn't shake the feeling that Henry cared more about controlling the business than truly being with her. The initial thrill of the affair was replaced by anxiety and guilt. Meanwhile, Darius was forging his own path. He quietly shifted certain assets into a personal trust, took steps to protect vital intellectual property from any potential external takeover, and lined up a meeting with his attorney. He rarely confronted Fiona directly, but she sensed he was planning something big. She noticed new security measures around the house, extra cameras, updated locks. When she asked, Darius shrugged, saying, "We live in uncertain times. I prefer to be safe." At Clay's next investor gathering, Darius was polite but non-committal about Henry's offer. Henry glowered behind a charming facade, while Clay tried to corner Darius with paternal guilt. None of it worked. Fiona lingered on the sidelines, unsure if she should intervene or keep quiet. One evening, the tension finally broke in a small but telling confrontation. Fiona returned from an errand around 10 p.m. to find Darius waiting in the living room, arms crossed. The TV was off, the house dimly lit. "Hi," she greeted warily, setting her keys down. "Where were you?" he asked evenly. She forced a casual tone. "Just out. Had to pick up a few things." He didn't move, just stared at her. "It's late." "Is there a curfew I'm unaware of?" she retorted, nerves spiking. A brief silence. Then Darius spoke softly. "You smell like cologne that isn't mine." Her stomach plummeted. She tried to laugh it off, hoping she wasn't trembling. "Must be from the store. People spritz perfume samples, you know." Darius's eyes hardened, just a fraction. "Right." Fiona gulped. "What's with the interrogation?" He pressed his lips together. "No interrogation, just noticing details. Are you hungry?" She blinked, thrown off by the sudden shift. Not really." He let out a small sigh. "All right then. Good night." He turned, heading upstairs without another word. Fiona stood alone, a chill running through her. His quiet coldness frightened her more than if he'd shouted. "He suspects everything." "I know it," she thought in a panic, but there was no direct proof, right? Unless she glanced at the newly mounted camera near the entrance, heart hammering. Had that camera captured her stepping out of Henry's car in front of the house hours earlier? She prayed it was angled differently. Still, she knew Darius was methodical enough to have noticed. The time for illusions was running short. Chapter 4. Darius was done playing nice. A week had passed since the steakhouse dinner, and Henry had asked for a follow-up. Meanwhile, Clay insisted on a formal meeting at Darius's office to finalize the basics. Darius agreed, but only to gather more intel and deliver his own surprise. On the day of the scheduled meeting, he arrived at his construction firm early, instructing his loyal CFO to keep certain documents locked away. He also had his attorney, Mitchell Crane, waiting in a back room, ready to step in if needed. Darius wasn't going to be ambushed. Fiona, for her part, found herself half-invited, half-ordered to attend by Clay. She'd insisted it might be too businesslike, but Clay snapped that her presence would calm Darius. She arrived with Henry, who guided her by the elbow as they walked into the lobby. She felt dread coil in her stomach. noticing how the staff eyed Henry warily. When Fiona and Henry reached Darius's private office, they found Darius behind his desk, wearing a crisp-collared shirt and an unreadable expression. Clay was seated off to the side. Darius gestured politely to chairs. "Shall we begin?" he said. Henry launched into an overview of the proposed investment, handing Darius a polished folder of terms. Darius skimmed them, silent. Fiona couldn't see the exact percentages from where she sat, but she guessed it was near 40% again. She braced for Darius's pushback. Clay interjected occasionally, praising Henry's strategic brilliance. Fiona tried to look supportive but felt like a traitor. She noticed Darius's knuckles whitening as Henry spoke about assuming partial operational oversight. That was a direct challenge to Darius's authority. Eventually, Henry leaned forward. "So, Darius, we'd like your signature on this preliminary agreement. It's not binding yet, but it shows your goodwill in letting us do deeper due diligence." Darius set the folder down. "Preliminary or not, I see some terms that are concerning." Henry frowned. "Like what?" Darius tapped a page. "Clause 4. 3 says you'd have veto power on expansions or new hires. That's more than a courtesy. It's a functional takeover, or Clause 5. 2, allowing you to restructure the board." Clay waved a hand dismissively. "Stop quibbling over details, son. We can refine those points." Darius didn't even look at Clay. "These aren't trivial quibbles. They're red flags." Henry's face tightened. He glanced at Fiona as if wanting backup. Fiona coughed lightly. "Henry's group just wants to protect their investment. Maybe we can phrase it differently." Darius's cold stare flicked to her. "So you're siding with Henry on this?" She flushed. "I'm just saying there's room to compromise." Darius closed the folder, smoothing the cover. "All right. Enough dancing around. Let's be direct. Henry, you want a controlling slice of my company. Clay, you're cheerleading him. Fiona, well, let's not get into that. The point is, I refuse to sign anything that relinquishes my final say in my own firm." Henry's mouth set into a thin line. "Darius, you're making this harder than it needs to be. Haven't you consulted with Fiona about how this could benefit you both?" Darius gave a humorless smile. "Oh, I've consulted with her, sure, but my answer remains the same. I don't trust you." A tense silence fell. Clay stood up, throwing a glare at his son. "You're letting your pride sabotage a golden opportunity. Mark my words, you'll regret it." Darius rose as well, keeping his composure. Better to regret caution than leap into a pit. Fiona felt her heartbeat stutter. Henry was scowling. Clay looked furious. Darius was calm, but resolute. She suspected a blow-up was imminent. Sure enough, Henry leaned forward, tone suddenly sharp. "We've spent time and resources preparing for this. We had your father's blessing. You're spurning us over personal distrust? That's unprofessional. If you keep stonewalling, we might have to reconsider the entire arrangement." Darius offered a curt nod. "I was about to say the same. Feel free to reconsider. I'm not desperate for your money." Clay snapped. "You insolent—" But Darius cut him off. "Hold on," Darius said with quiet force. "Before you storm out, I have something to show you. Fiona, you might want to see this too." He opened a desk drawer, removed a small stack of printed photos. Fiona's stomach dropped. Photos? Of what? Henry's bravado wavered. Clay frowned. "What is this?" Darius fanned them out on the desk. They depicted Henry's black Mercedes in Darius's driveway at 2 a.m. Another showed Henry and Fiona kissing at the side door. Yet another from a different angle. The images were grainy but unmistakable. Fiona's breath caught in her throat. Henry's face paled. Clay let out a stunned hiss. "What is this, some trick?" he barked. Darius's tone was glacial. "No trick. Just evidence of what's really going on. Henry, you've been sneaking into my home while I was away. With my wife. Is that the kind of professional integrity you bring as an investor?" Fiona tried to speak, but words choked in her throat. She saw Henry's jaw working furiously. Clay's expression turned from shock to wrath, glaring at Fiona. You worthless!" he began. But Darius slammed a hand on the desk. "Enough," Darius said, voice low. "I'm not done." The tension soared. Fiona wanted to run, but she was trapped in the scorching center of betrayal. Henry attempted a sneer, but he couldn't fully hide his alarm. "So, you spied on your own wife? That's pretty low," he spat. Darius stared him down. "I installed security cameras on my property. If that's considered spying, so be it. The images speak for themselves." Clay's eyes blazed as he turned on Fiona. "You told me you were just playing nice with Henry. We had a plan to get Darius on board, not this. You lied, you incompetent—" He fumed, words faltering with fury. Fiona felt tears prick her eyes, humiliated seeing how Clay reduced her to a disposable pawn. Henry tried to compose himself, but his face was blotchy. "This is absurd. You can't prove anything. Maybe those photos are out of context," he ranted. Darius silently reached for another folder, opening it to reveal text transcripts, phone logs. He calmly slid them forward. "Out of context? Read your own words, Henry. And Fiona. The two of you have been quite thorough in describing your rendezvous dates times. I have everything." Fiona's tears threatened to spill. She glanced at the papers, recognizing her own messages about disarming the alarm, about sneaking Henry out before dawn. She was too stunned to even protest. Clay's mouth twisted in disgust, tossing the papers aside. "This is a disgrace," he muttered, though it was unclear if he was more enraged about the affair or the failure of their plan. Henry tried to pivot, pointing at Darius. You set us up, didn't you? You left the alarm disarmed on purpose. You were always suspicious." Darius gave a short nod. "I suspected something. I wasn't sure it involved Clay's bigger scheme or just an affair. Turns out it's both." He pinned Henry with a deadly calm stare. "This meeting was your last chance to come clean. Instead, you tried to coerce me into signing away my firm." Clay exploded, rounding on Fiona with a snarl. "I can't believe you let it get to this. You were supposed to keep an eye on him, not jump in bed with the investor like a—" "That's enough!" Darius barked, surprising Fiona with the sudden edge in his voice. "I might despise what she's done, but you don't get to degrade her. You pushed her into your manipulative games as much as Henry did." Clay spat. "Don't you dare shift blame on me. She had a choice." Darius inhaled slowly, turning back to Henry. "As for you, I have no intention of letting you anywhere near my firm. I'm releasing these images and messages to the relevant circles if you attempt any legal strong-arming. Do we understand each other?" Henry stood, hands clenched. "You think you can blackmail me? I have connections. I'll bury you in lawsuits." Darius didn't flinch. "Try. My attorney's already aware of your questionable methods. Plus, your credibility is shot if I reveal your affair with a potential partner's wife. How do you think other businesses will react?" Henry glared, glancing at Clay for support, but Clay just looked murderous. The older man was too outraged to offer help. "We're done here," Henry snarled at last, grabbing his papers. "Don't think this is over, Locke." Darius stepped aside. "Get out," he said icily. Henry stormed out, leaving Clay to fume in the office. For a moment, Clay stared at Darius with venom. Then he hissed, "You ingrate! I tried to help you become bigger than you could imagine, but you refused to see reason. You'd rather cling to this pathetic trust in your worthless wife's—" Darius' eyes flashed. I said, "Enough." Fiona saw Clay's fury and felt a swell of guilt. She knew Clay had never truly respected Darius. Now the father-son relationship was collapsing entirely. Clay jabbed a finger at Fiona. "Your stupidity cost us an easy path. But don't worry, dear. You'll get what you deserve." He turned to Darius. "And you'll regret crossing me. This meltdown tarnishes us all." Darius remained unyielding. "Leave, before I call security." Clay's face was livid, but he stomped out, ignoring Fiona. She stood rooted, tears brimming. Now only the two of them remained in the office. An excruciating silence stretched. Fiona tried to steady her breathing, her world unraveling. She looked at Darius, whose face was carved from stone. "Darius!" she whispered, voice trembling. "I'm so—" He raised a hand, voice raw. Don't say you're sorry. It's too late for that." She swallowed a sob. "I never meant I didn't want to tear everything down. He laughed harshly. "You just wanted excitement? Or you wanted to help Clay sabotage me? Which is it?" Tears slipped down her cheeks. "I swear. It started I was lonely. You were so busy I felt neglected. Then Henry offered comfort, and Clay pressured me. I got stuck. I made terrible choices, but I never intended—" Darius's expression contorted with pain. "Stop it. You think your reasons matter now? You betrayed me, with a man who planned to oust me from my own firm. Do you understand how vile that is?" She nodded, trembling, words failing her. He tossed the incriminating photos and texts onto the desk, voice thick with controlled rage. "I have enough evidence to ruin you, to divorce you without giving you a cent, to drag Henry into scandal. I could bury you both." Fiona's breath hitched. She'd half expected his anger, but seeing it unleashed was terrifying. "Please," she gasped. "I'll do anything to fix this." Darius's eyes were cold. "Fix it? You can't. It's done. Clay's your biggest cheerleader. Go to him if you want salvation. He's the one who roped you into this, right?" She choked on her tears. "That's not fair. I accept blame for my part. But I'm asking you to show mercy. I still love you." The moment she said it, she knew it sounded hollow. Darius let out a strangled laugh. "Love? Don't insult me." For a moment, he paced, raking a hand through his hair. Then he stopped and leveled her with a glare. "Here's what's going to happen. You're moving out of my house immediately. I'll have my attorney draft the separation documents." She froze. "Wait. Don't," he snapped. "I'm not giving you another chance to manipulate me. Once the divorce is final, you can do as you please. If you contest it, I'll release every piece of evidence to everyone. Henry, Clay, the entire business community." Her knees nearly gave out. She realized he meant every word. This was the end of their marriage. The finality of it stabbed her. "Darius, He rounded his desk, picking up his phone. "I'll call a ride for you, or you can ask Henry to pick you up. I don't care. But you're leaving my life. This office. This business. My home. I won't see you again unless it's in court." Tears streamed down her face, but she saw no compassion in his eyes. She wanted to beg, to explain, but she sensed it would only deepen his contempt. "I understand," she whispered, voice shaking. "I'll gather my things and go." He nodded curtly. "You have until tomorrow noon to vacate. After that, the locks are changed." She managed a broken nod, tears blurring her vision. How did it come to this? She turned, stumbling toward the door. Before exiting, she paused, trying once more. "Darius, for whatever it's worth, I did love you." "Out," he said, voice ice cold. She fled, sobs catching in her throat, heart splintered beyond repair. She had no illusions left. Darius Locke was a man who'd just been thoroughly betrayed, and he wasn't about to forgive or forget. When she was gone, Darius collapsed into his chair, the adrenaline wearing off. Every muscle trembled. He'd maintained composure through the confrontation. But now a storm of emotions raged inside him. Anger, heartbreak, disillusionment. He closed his eyes, drawing a shaky breath. She chose Henry, conspired with Clay. The weight of it was crushing, but he refused to let them see him broken. He'd endure, rebuild, protect what was his. They'd tried to corner him, but they'd underestimated his resolve. Pulling his phone from his pocket, he texted Mitchell Crane. "It's done. Prepare the divorce petition. She's leaving the house by tomorrow." He pressed send, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. A swirl of dark triumph and overwhelming sorrow warred in his chest. But he wouldn't crumble. This was the moment he severed ties with the wife he once trusted and the father who'd never truly supported him. Betrayal demanded consequences, and Darius had delivered them. He let out a ragged exhale, eyes drifting to the door where Fiona had exited. In his heart an ache pulsed, but he steeled himself. This is the price of betrayal, he thought grimly. She and Henry can reap what they sow. Chapter 5. A thin gray dawn filtered through the windows of the Locke mansion, illuminating the faint outlines of packed suitcases in the foyer. Fiona Locke hovered there, hollow-eyed, awaiting the car service that would take her away. She clutched the handle of her largest suitcase, knuckles white. The night before, she had quietly gathered her belongings, mostly clothes, keepsakes, and a few personal documents, under the watchful gaze of a security guard Darius had hired to ensure no mishaps, in the hours since Darius had flung devastating words at her in his office. "You're leaving, and I'm done with you." She'd oscillated between panic, regret, and a strange numbness. She knew he had every right to be furious. She still reeled at how thoroughly he'd uncovered her affair with Henry, including text messages, photos, surveillance footage. Yet his ruthless composure during the confrontation continued to haunt her. She'd never seen such steely hatred in his eyes. Now, she was about to walk out of this house for the last time. The life she once shared with him, couple vacations, celebratory dinners, Christmas gatherings, lay in shards. She tried to muster the courage to say some last words, but Darius refused to speak with her. He'd retreated to his upstairs study at daybreak, ordering the security guard to escort her out once the car arrived. Fiona swallowed hard, hearing footsteps overhead. Probably Darius's. He hadn't slept in their bedroom. She'd noticed the bed untouched that morning. Despite everything, part of her wanted to see him face to face, to attempt one final apology. But deep down, she knew it was futile. He'd severed ties, maybe forever. A muffled chime broke the stillness. The car had arrived. The security guard, a stoic man in a navy blazer, emerged from the hallway. "Ma'am," he said in a low, impersonal tone, "your vehicle is here." Fiona picked up her handbag, took a final shaky breath. This is it. In a daze, she followed the guard outside, luggage rolling behind her. The early morning air felt cold, a faint drizzle spattering on the driveway. She cast one desperate glance upward at the second-floor window, half expecting Darius to appear. But there was only a drawn curtain. No sign of him. She settled into the back seat of the waiting sedan, and the driver pulled away from the curb. The mansion, with all its memories, receded behind them. She pressed trembling fingers to her mouth, stifling a sob. She had no idea where she'd stay long-term. A friend's couch? A hotel? She felt alone, hollow, as the car wound through the gates. For the first time, she tasted the real cost of her betrayal. Upstairs, Darius watched through a narrow gap in the curtain, eyes flat. He recognized the black sedan from the hired service easing down the drive. He didn't move, didn't wave. A part of him felt relief she was gone. The house was purged of her presence. Another part felt a twinge of anguish. They'd spent nearly a decade as husband and wife. Once they'd loved each other deeply. He let out a harsh exhale, forcing those memories away. Love had turned to ashes when she aligned with Henry. He sank into the leather chair by the window, mentally reviewing the steps to come. First, the divorce proceedings. Mitchell Crane, his attorney, was already drafting the petition. Second, the corporate aftermath. Henry might try to strike back, maybe even sue for defamation or interference. But Darius was prepared. He had multiple lines of defense. Third, Clay. His father had left the office in a rage yesterday. Darius half expected some underhanded move. Possibly Clay would attempt to smear him or sabotage a construction project. Darius intended to protect himself on that front, too. His phone buzzed. A text from Mitchell. "Documents nearly ready. We can file them tomorrow morning. You'll have to sign in person." Darius typed a curt reply. "Understood. Let's finalize quickly. I want no delays." He also saw a missed call from Rebecca, his younger sister. Likely she'd heard rumors, or maybe Clay ranted to her. Darius rubbed his temples, deciding he'd better call her back soon. He wanted to maintain a good relationship with the one Locke family member who might stand by him. Gazing out the window again at the manicured lawns glistening with rain, he let out a slow breath. It's not over yet? Henry and Clay would simmer in their fury, perhaps planning retribution. Fiona might beg for reconciliation or lurch to Henry's side. Darius steeled himself. Let them do their worst. I won't bend. 2 hours later, Fiona stood in the lobby of the Regal Hotel, the suitcase handle slick in her grip. She'd chosen this place because it was modest, not too pricey. She had some personal savings from her event planning gigs, but none of it compared to the lifestyle she'd enjoyed with Darius. Her bank account wasn't flush, especially since she'd quietly given some funds to Henry for consultancy fees over the last few months, money she now realized had partly financed her own downfall. At the front desk, a polite clerk checked her into a small standard room on the 6th floor. The clerk offered a smile that seemed to pity her. Fiona must have looked frazzled and exhausted. Once in the elevator, she peered at her reflection. In the polished walls, her eyes were red from crying, hair disheveled. She pressed her lips together, forcing composure. She couldn't fall apart here in public. Inside the tiny room, she set her luggage by the bed, sagging onto the edge of the mattress. A wave of despair crashed over her. She had no plan. She'd considered calling Henry for support, but the tension in his voice at the confrontation replayed in her mind. He had offered no comforting gestures, only rage at Darius. He might blame her for the fiasco, for failing to manipulate Darius effectively. Meanwhile, Clay had snarled at her, implying she was worthless. She realized that maybe none of these men truly cared about her well-being. They just used her. Shuddering, she tried to quell the panic. She had to figure out next steps. Possibly she could go to her old college friend Ivy's apartment for a bit. But Ivy was more of a social butterfly who hated drama. Fiona wasn't sure Ivy would want to get tangled in a messy scandal involving the Locks. Her phone buzzed, startling her. She grabbed it, half hoping it was Darius with some miraculous change of heart. No Henry's name flashed on the screen. She hesitated, then answered with trembling fingers. "Fiona." Henry's clipped tone came through. "I just got out of an infuriating meeting with my legal team. They want to see if we can muzzle Darius by claiming defamation or malicious intent, but I told them to hold off. The evidence he has is problematic." Her stomach twisted. Henry, I'm so lost. Darius kicked me out. He wants a divorce. I'm in a hotel. Henry cut her off. Focus. Don't crumble. You can still help me. We need to undermine Darius's credibility. If we can show he's violent or controlling, maybe we can shift the narrative. She stared at the nondescript painting on the wall, aghast. What? He's not violent. He never laid a finger on me. Henry's sigh crackled over the line. Then we exaggerate. Mention you felt threatened, or that he has a mean streak. Clay's on board with that idea. If the media or certain circles believe Darius is abusive, we can reduce the impact of those photos he has. Fiona's heart pounded. But that's a lie. I can't do that to him, she whispered, tears filling her eyes again. Henry sounded impatient. Grow up. Darius is about to smear us. If you want to salvage anything from this mess, we fight back. Clay's ready to fund a PR campaign. She closed her eyes, misery choking her. I need time to think. I can't just accuse him of abuse. Henry's tone hardened. Think quickly. Clay expects you at the Lock Tower conference room tomorrow morning. We're launching a counterattack. If you want a place in our future plans, and if you need financial backing, be there. He ended the call abruptly. Fiona stared at the phone, shaking. She felt cornered yet again. Henry and Clay were doubling down, wanting her to lie about Darius. The man who'd once loved her, who had never lifted a hand against her, was now a target of slander. Could she stoop that low? Then again, she had already stooped to an affair. She felt trapped by her own missteps. She curled up on the bed, hugging her knees, tears slipping down her cheeks. Every path felt bleak. She loathed the thought of further betraying Darius with false accusations. But she also feared Clay and Henry's wrath, and she had no stable income or home. The phone lay silent on the nightstand as her mind swirled with dread. Meanwhile, in the midday bustle of Darius's construction firm, he convened a confidential strategy session with his attorney, Mitchell Crane, and CFO, Leon Kavanaugh. They gathered in a private conference room. Mitchell produced a file of finalized divorce documents, which Darius skimmed with pursed lips. As you requested, Mitchell said quietly, we've drawn up an at-fault divorce filing citing adultery and harmful collusion. Given your evidence, we'll likely secure a favorable settlement. Fiona will get virtually nothing unless the court insists on minimal spousal support. But we can push strongly against it. Darius nodded. I want to ensure she can't claim any stake in the business or leftover marital assets. She's forfeited that right by conspiring with Henry. His voice was ice. Leon, the CFO, interjected. We've also locked down the firm's IP, client lists, and major accounts. If Henry tries to pressure our suppliers or contractors, they'll find we've put alternative contracts in place. Darius massaged his temple. Tension coiled in him. Good. Henry might attempt sabotage or a smear campaign. We must be ready. Mitchell tapped a pen on the table. I wouldn't put it past them to spin false narratives about your behavior, abuse, intimidation, who knows? We can file preemptive motions if you like. Darius exhaled sharply, remembering Fiona's tearful face. She'd never claimed he was abusive. In fact, he'd never so much as raised a hand to her. But Henry and Clay might manipulate her. We can't stop them from lying, he said grimly. But we can be prepared with counter-evidence. My staff can testify I've never been violent. Also, we have a thorough track record of professional dealings. I suspect Henry's reputation might not hold up under scrutiny if we expose his underhanded deals. Mitchell nodded. We'll gather everything. Meanwhile, sign these divorce docs and I'll file them today. Fiona should be served within a day or two. Darius felt a pang of bitterness as he scribbled his signature on multiple lines. The marriage he once cherished was now reduced to legal paperwork. So be it. He steeled himself, handing the file back to Mitchell. "Make it swift." Mitchell tucked the papers into his briefcase. "Count on it." Leon cleared his throat. "On the corporate side, we've heard from some of Clay's associates that he's furious. He might pull strings to disrupt our upcoming bids. We have 3 major proposals out for county infrastructure projects. Clay has political connections." Darius gave a wry smile. "He can try. I've personally spoken to the county officials. They care about the quality of work and cost efficiency, not nepotistic meddling, but we'll remain vigilant." The meeting concluded with a shared understanding. War was brewing on multiple fronts: personal, legal, and corporate. Darius felt an undercurrent of fatigue, but he forced it aside. He'd never yield. They'd betrayed him. Now he'd fight until he secured his future and left them in ruins if they persisted. Clay Locke's executive suite at Locke Tower shimmered with glass and chrome, projecting wealth and power. Late that afternoon, he paced behind his desk, phone pressed to his ear, barking instructions to an unseen contact. The lines of his face looked more etched than before, fury aging him swiftly. "Yes, of course," he growled. "I want the rumor spread that Darius is reckless with finances, whatever angle works. Plant the notion that his firm might be near insolvency. That'll spook potential investors. And," he paused to listen, then continued, "yes, mention marital discord. Imply Darius's temper contributed to the breakup. We'll keep it vague, precisely." He ended the call, turning to Henry Merrick, who sat in a sleek chair, arms crossed. "They'll begin the rumor mill tomorrow. If we can get Fiona on record hinting at abuse, even better." Henry didn't look entirely pleased. "She's hesitant. She claims it's too big a lie. But if we offer her enough reason, she might comply." Clay's lip curled. "She'd better. She owes us. Her little fling messed up the bigger plan. I only brought her in to soften Darius for your investment. Instead, they got caught. Now we're all paying the price." He exhaled sharply. "If we tarnish Darius's name enough, maybe he'll relinquish control or be forced to settle financially with us to keep the scandal quiet." Henry nodded thoughtfully. "He's clever, though. We can't underestimate him. He already humiliated us with those photos." Clay's eyes burned. "That's why we strike first, loudly. We exploit every channel media whispers, corporate circles, even city officials. By the time Darius attempts to defend himself, people will question his credibility. And if Fiona testifies about feeling threatened, pure gold for us." Henry smirked, some confidence returning. "I'll handle Fiona. She's currently in a hotel. She might not be thrilled with us, but she has nowhere else to turn." Clay poured himself a tumbler of whiskey. "Make it happen, Henry. I don't care if you have to promise her money or some nonsense about a future together. Just ensure she cooperates. Darius locked me out of direct influence over the firm. This is the only way to force his hand." Henry accepted a glass from Clay, the two men clinking them in grim alliance. "We'll crush him," Henry muttered. "He thinks he can ruin me? I'll see that his business withers on the vine." Clay's grin was predatory. "That's the spirit. Now go handle our dear Fiona." Nighttime settled in, bringing a hush to the regal hotel corridors. Fiona lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling fan as it spun lazily. She'd been ignoring calls from Henry for the past few hours, her phone pinging every so often with new messages. "We need you tomorrow. Clay's expecting you at 9 a.m. "Don't be stupid. You can't survive alone." "Pick up, Fiona." She shut her eyes, tears threatening. Henry's demands echoed in her mind, accused Darius of being a monstrous husband. Spin lies about fear and intimidation. She felt ill at the thought. Sure, her relationship with Darius had deteriorated, but he was never abusive. Despite his anger, he'd never physically harmed her. A timid knock startled her. She wiped her cheeks, sat up. "Yes?" "Room service," came a quiet male voice. She frowned. She hadn't ordered anything. Warily, she opened the door, finding a bellhop with a covered dish on a cart. "Compliments of the bar," he said politely, stepping inside. "They said you hadn't come down for dinner." Fiona blinked. "I didn't order." Then, noticing the bellhop's earnest expression, she shrugged. "Okay, set it there, thanks." He placed it on the small table, gave a courteous nod, and left. Once alone, Fiona lifted the dish's lid, a simple sandwich, and a side of fruit, presumably an unrequested courtesy. Hunger gnawed at her, so she took a few bites. The taste was bland, but it reminded her she hadn't eaten all day. Her phone pinged again. Another message from Henry. She left it unread, finishing half the sandwich. Then, unable to resist the emotional toll any longer, she scrolled through older pictures stored on her phone, images of her and Darius in happier times. A beach vacation in Florida, a holiday party with friends. They looked so content, smiling arm in arm. The heartbreak stung anew. She'd thrown it all away for cheap thrills and empty promises. Desperation clawed at her. Could she reconcile with Darius if she refused Clay and Henry's vile plan? She doubted he'd made it clear he was done, but maybe she could at least avoid further sin against him. If she testified to fake abuse, that would be the ultimate betrayal, destroying any lingering self-respect she had. Her phone buzzed again. This time, a call from an unknown number. She debated ignoring it. Something compelled her to answer. "Hello?" A hesitant female voice spoke. "Fiona, it's Rebecca." Fiona's stomach lurched. Rebecca, Darius's sister. She tightened her grip on the phone. "Rebecca, why are you calling me?" A slight pause. "I heard about what happened. I'm not calling to judge you, but I need to know if you're planning to side with Clay, to slander Darius. People are whispering that Clay's mobilizing a smear campaign. Is it true?" Fiona felt tears in her eyes. I don't want to, but Clay and Henry are pressuring me. I don't know what to do." Rebecca's voice was gentle but firm. "Darius is my brother, Fiona. He's been through enough. If you have any decency left, don't help them lie about him. You made your choices. I understand you're in a tough spot now, but don't make it worse." Fiona choked back a sob. I'm sorry. I never meant it all spiraled out of control." A short silence. Then Rebecca sighed. "Look, I'm not your friend. You hurt my brother. But for what it's worth, if you stand up to Clay and Henry and refuse to spread false accusations, maybe you'll salvage a fraction of self-respect. Maybe that'll matter someday." Fiona's eyes streamed tears. "Thank you for calling," she whispered. I'm so lost." Rebecca's tone softened. "We all make mistakes. Just don't dig yourself deeper. Clay doesn't care about you. Henry doesn't care about you. I doubt Darius wants you back. But at least don't stab him again with fabricated stories. Good night, Fiona." The call ended, leaving Fiona trembling. She pressed the phone to her chest, tears flowing. Rebecca's words hammered home the truth. Henry and Clay wanted to exploit her as a weapon, while Darius, despite his heartbreak, deserved the truth. Fiona sank onto the pillow, sobbing quietly. "I can't do it. I can't lie about him being abusive. Let Clay rage." She wouldn't condemn herself further. Morning found Fiona riding a cramped elevator up Lock Tower, heart pounding. She decided to meet Clay and Henry face to face, but not to lie for them. She'd gather the courage to refuse. She still didn't know where she'd go afterward or how she'd survive, but she couldn't blacken Darius's name with false claims. That was one line she refused to cross. The elevator dinged on the 40th floor, opening onto plush carpeting. She forced her feet to move, stepping into Clay's expansive reception area. The receptionist gave her a wary look but gestured for her to proceed. Through the glass doors, she glimpsed Clay and Henry inside a conference room, both scanning documents. A pensive woman in a pencil skirt typed on a laptop, possibly a PR specialist. Fiona exhaled and walked in. Henry glanced up, relief flickering across his features. Clay's expression was colder. "Finally decided to show?" he said curtly. She nodded, swallowing. "I came to speak, yes." Henry gestured to a seat near them. "We have a plan to handle the media and business rumors. Clay's letting me coordinate the legal angle. The short version, we need your statement that you left Darius because you felt unsafe. He was controlling, jealous, maybe even physically intimidating. No need for graphic details, but enough to cast doubt on his character. Understood?" Her throat tightened. "I can't do that," she said softly. Clay's eyebrows shot up. "What did you say?" Fiona forced herself to hold his gaze. "I won't lie about Darius abusing me. It's not true." Henry's face darkened. "Fiona, don't be naive. Darius has humiliating evidence on us. If we don't strike back, he wins. You'll be left destitute." She shook her head, tears prickling. "I made terrible mistakes. But I'm not going to accuse him of something that didn't happen." Clay slammed a hand on the table, making the PR woman jump. "You ungrateful fool! After everything we did for you, you can't muster a shred of loyalty?" Fiona let out a shaky breath. "What loyalty did you ever show me? You used me to manipulate your own son. Now you want me to degrade him further with lies?" "No, I won't do it." Henry glowered, stepping closer. "You realize you'll be on your own. I'm done giving you any support. Clay won't lift a finger for you. You'll have no money, no home." She mustered a scrap of courage. "I'll figure something out. I won't stoop to this." Clay curled his lip in disgust. "Worthless. You cost us everything. Get out of my sight." He turned to Henry. "We'll proceed without her. We'll find another way to push the story that Darius is unstable." Henry sneered at Fiona. "Don't come crawling back asking for help. Remember this moment. You had a chance to salvage your position." Fiona's eyes burned, but she stood her ground. "I regret many things, but I won't do this." She grabbed her purse, pivoting to leave. Clay's parting words stabbed her like a dagger. "Don't worry. Once we're done with Darius, we'll expose you too. The scandal alone might keep you unemployable. Good luck scraping by, you spineless traitor." She walked out, tears threatening, but a strange feeling of relief coursed through her as well. At least she hadn't complicitly destroyed Darius's reputation with outright lies. Henry and Clay might still spread rumors, but they'd do it without her help. She pressed the elevator button, exhaling shakily. What now? She had no idea. But at least she'd preserved one shred of decency. Hours later, in a quieter corner of Darius's construction firm, he stood in the large open workshop area, conferring with Leon about a new design project. Drafting tables lined the walls, architectural sketches pinned up. The hum of heavy machinery outside punctuated their conversation. Leon tapped a blueprint. "We can finalize these modifications by next Monday. The city official in charge of the permit is supportive." Darius nodded. "Excellent. Let's keep the momentum. We can't let Clay's rumored sabotage slow us down." Just then, his phone chimed. He glanced at the screen, an alert from a local business blog. He opened it, scanning an article titled, "Sources Question Lock Construction's Finances Amid Family Turmoil." An icy dread coiled in his stomach. The piece was full of anonymous quotes claiming Darius was overextended, referencing domestic strife as a sign he wasn't stable enough to run big projects. Darius recognized Clay's handwriting all over it. He pressed his lips into a thin line, reading lines like, "Insiders say Darius Locke's erratic behavior might threaten investor confidence." No direct mention of abuse, but the insinuations about erratic behavior were strong. So, it had begun. Clay was orchestrating a smear campaign. Leon peered over his shoulder. "This is nonsense, but it can still hurt us. If clients get nervous, we might lose some new deals." Darius's jaw clenched. "Then we respond swiftly. A formal statement refuting these rumors, plus reassurance from our accountants about our strong financial health." He looked at Leon. "Get Mitchell to draft a cease and desist if the blog refuses to print a correction. We can't let them set the narrative." Leon nodded. "On it." Darius toggled to another notification, this one from a local gossip site. Headline: "Rumors swirl that Fiona Locke fled their home in fear?" He felt a rush of hot anger. The piece was vague, no direct quotes from Fiona, but it suggested she'd left due to emotional strife, possibly aggression. Darius's fists tightened. "They're trying to paint me as an unhinged husband." He locked his phone. "So Clay and Henry have launched their assault. Let them. I'll defend my reputation with facts and bring their skeletons to light if needed." But a flicker of worry twisted in him. What if Fiona collaborated with them? She'd been the direct participant in the affair. She could easily claim something false. He tried to quell the pang of betrayal. He had to keep his focus, remain methodical, and trust his evidence would prevail. Turning to Leon, he said, "Spread the word within the firm. No comment on personal matters. Direct any media inquiries to Mitchell. We handle this surgically." Leon gave a grim nod. "Understood, boss." Darius inhaled. War had truly begun. He'd make sure Clay and Henry regretted every lie they spun. Afternoon sunlight slanted through Rebecca's modest apartment, highlighting the dusty corners of her small living room. She glanced out the window, phone in hand, having just finished a tense call with Darius. She'd told him about the swirling rumors, asked if he needed anything. He insisted he was fine, but sounded tense. She worried for him. A soft knock at her door surprised her. She wasn't expecting anyone. Opening it, she found Fiona, eyes puffy, clutching her purse like a lifeline. Rebecca's instinct was to slam the door, but something in Fiona's anguished expression stopped her. "What do you want?" she asked, arms folded. Fiona took a shaky breath. "I'm sorry for just showing up. I have nowhere else to go. I refused to help Clay spread lies about Darius. Now Clay is threatening to ruin me. Henry won't answer my calls. I'm desperate." Rebecca's heart twisted. She disliked Fiona for hurting her brother, but she also recalled her phone conversation urging Fiona not to lie about abuse. Maybe she'd actually listened. "You betrayed my brother, so I'm not exactly eager to help you," Rebecca said, voice tense. Fiona's eyes brimmed with tears. "I know. And I deserve your anger, but I have no one else. I only came because you were the last person who called me, telling me to do the right thing. I did. And now I'm alone." She glanced at the floor, voice trembling. "I have a little money, but it won't last. I can't stay in that hotel much longer. Clay and Henry want me to lie about Darius, and when I refused, they basically disowned me. I don't expect your pity, just maybe some advice, a direction." Rebecca sighed, mind warring with conflicting emotions. Fiona looked pitiful, and it seemed she really had defied Clay. "If you think Darius will take you back, you're delusional," she warned. "He's filing for divorce, and I doubt he'll budge. You did a number on him." Fiona nodded miserably. "I know. I'm not here to beg to get back with him. I only want to do the honorable thing, not slander him. But that leaves me with nothing. Clay is powerful. He'll block any job I find. Henry's done with me. I'm lost." Rebecca studied Fiona's tear-streaked face. A pang of sympathy arose. "Look," she said quietly, "I can't fix your life, but I appreciate you not lying about my brother. I can connect you with a small event planning contact I know. They might have a short-term gig. But if Clay intervenes, it could be tough." Fiona's eyes lit with gratitude. "That would mean so much. I'll do anything, any job, to get by, just not humiliating myself further." Rebecca opened the door wider, grudgingly letting Fiona step inside. "Fine. You can come in, but don't expect me to roll out a welcome mat. I'm still furious at you for hurting Darius." Fiona nodded, tears sliding down her cheeks. "Understood, thank you. This is more kindness than I deserve." Rebecca retrieved her laptop. "Let's see if I can put you in touch with some local event coordinators who don't revolve around the locks. Maybe you can start over somehow, but no promises." Fiona sank into the worn couch, relief breaking through her despair. "Thank you," she whispered. For the first time since leaving Darius's home, she felt a tiny ray of hope. She'd lost nearly everything, but at least she wouldn't sell her soul to Clay's vile scheme. Night closed in on the Locke mansion, where Darius sat alone in the den, a single lamp illuminating a half-empty glass of bourbon on the side table. The hush of the house weighed on him. No footsteps from Fiona, no background hum of her TV shows. She'd once teased him about how too much quiet made a home feel lonely. Now the silence felt oppressive. He stared at the glass, recalling the swirl of rumors. Clay had struck swiftly. Darius had fired off legal notices demanding retractions, but the damage might be done in certain social circles. He took a measured sip, the liquor burning his throat. He wondered if Fiona had joined Clay's crusade. So far, he hadn't seen direct quotes from her. Perhaps she was waiting for the right moment to drop the false abuse claims. The thought churned his stomach with anger and sadness. He reminded himself that he had no illusions about her loyalty. His phone lay silent. Mitchell had texted earlier confirming the divorce filing was underway. Soon, Fiona would be served. Darius braced himself for that formal confrontation. He rose from the chair, crossing to a cabinet where old photo albums were stored. He paused, hand on the handle. Did he really want to revisit the past? Sighing, he turned away. No. Enough nostalgia. Glancing around the den, pictures of his business milestones, a few family portraits he realized he'd have to reorganize, remove traces of Fiona. But not tonight. He was too weary. Instead, he dimmed the lamp, heading upstairs to the bedroom that felt oddly large, the bed untouched, except for his side. He sank onto the mattress, exhaustion settling deep in his bones, betrayal, heartbreak, and a corporate war. This was his life now. Yet somewhere in his chest, a flicker of resolve endured. He hadn't crumbled under their scheme. He'd protected his firm and exposed their treachery. If Clay wanted a scorched earth fight, Darius would see it through. He flicked off the bedside lamp, the room submerging in darkness. Tomorrow, new battles awaited. But he wouldn't face them with illusions. He'd face them with a cold, unwavering determination. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to rest, the echoes of the day's turmoil swirling in the quiet gloom. Chapter 6. Early morning sunlight found Darius jogging through the winding paths of a nearby park. The crisp air stung his lungs, but it cleared his head. Running had become his ritual these past few weeks, a way to channel pent-up anger and stress. As his feet pounded the trail, he inhaled the scent of pine trees and damp earth. For a moment, the world's burdens receded. He slowed to a walk near a tranquil pond. chest heaving. Stretching his arms, he let the calm surroundings steady him. His phone buzzed in the pocket of his track pants. Reluctantly, he glanced at the screen Mitchell Crane again. "Yeah?" he answered, still catching his breath. Mitchell's tone was brisk. "You're not going to like this. Clay's team just scheduled a press briefing tomorrow, presumably to address family and business controversies. My contact says they intend to cast heavy aspersions on your business dealings and personal conduct." Darius exhaled a frosty cloud. "They're escalating. Figures. We can hold a counterpress or issue a statement first." "I'm drafting something, but it might be beneficial for you to do an interview or a small press conference. Show a calm face. People respond better seeing you directly rather than just reading statements." Darius considered it. He disliked media drama, but recognized the strategic necessity. "All right. Set something up with a reputable outlet. I'll handle it. Let's do it before Clay's briefing if possible." Mitchell's voice brightened. "Good call. I'll arrange for a business journalist from the Chronicle to speak with you. Also, a small personal angle might help show you're a stable, level-headed person, not some raging monster." Darius's lips twisted in a wry smile. "And here I was thinking about raging? Fine. I'll be professional. Thanks for the heads up." He hung up, slipping the phone away. The crisp wind rattled branches overhead. So Clay wants to go public about family and business controversies. No doubt Henry would join, spouting lies. Darius clenched and unclenched his fists. Let them talk. He'd meet them head-on. He resumed jogging, each stride fueling his resolve. If Clay thought he could bully him with PR stunts, he was mistaken. Darius intended to stand firm and dismantle every falsehood. For now, though, the pounding rhythm of his feet on the path soothed him. He inhaled deeply, mind whirring with strategies, refusing to let bitterness consume him. Across town, Henry Merrick stood in his penthouse condo, staring out the floor-to-ceiling windows at the city skyline. A half-finished whiskey sat on the marble counter behind him. He'd barely slept, stewing over the fiasco with Fiona and Darius's unyielding stance. He clenched his jaw. Clay was pushing him to produce better dirt on Darius. But Fiona's refusal to lie about abuse had complicated matters. Worse yet, Henry's own shady business practices might be exposed if Darius chose to reveal them. He was cornered and he hated it. His phone trilled. Clay. Henry answered with a curt, "Yes?" Clay's voice emerged, laced with impatience. "We've scheduled that press briefing tomorrow at Lock Tower, 2 p.m. I'll deliver opening remarks, then you'll detail your concerns about Darius's financial mismanagement and any questionable ethics. Emphasize how you tried to invest, but he turned hostile." Henry nodded, pacing. "Right. We can paint him as erratic, uncooperative, but I'm worried we lack a direct personal scandal." Clay exhaled. "We can only work with what we have. Fiona's worthless to us, so we pivot. If you have any half-truths about his business deals, use them. Make them sound credible. Our PR rep is prepping bullet points, and if Darius tries to respond, we keep hammering him from multiple angles." Henry's brow furrowed. "He's cunning, Clay. He might counter with references to my involvement in that." He trailed off, not wanting to speak certain skeletons out loud like the hush money deals or offshore accounts. Clay's tone hardened. "Handle it. If needed, I'll shift focus onto some rumor about Darius's fatherly disapproval. Maybe say you stepped in to help Fiona because she was desperate, twisting that into a pity angle for us." Henry rubbed his temples. "All right. Let's see if we can also plant seeds that Darius's workers are unhappy. Maybe a disgruntled employee will speak out." Clay sounded intrigued. "Good idea. And we'll double down on the narrative that he's losing control of the firm. The more confusion we sow, the better. I want him cornered by the time we finish." Henry forced a smirk. "We'll bury him. See you tomorrow at Lock Tower." Ending the call, Henry downed his whiskey in a single gulp. A flicker of uncertainty gnawed at him. Darius had proven unyielding, with enough evidence to humiliate Henry's own reputation if this turned into a public slugfest. But Henry had no choice but to escalate. He refused to remain in the crosshairs. Darius Locke, he thought, glaring at the city lights. You made the wrong enemy. Fiona was in Rebecca's living room, perched on the edge of the sofa with a laptop open. Rebecca had left for work, but Fiona remained, searching for job listings. She felt awkward intruding in her ex-sister-in-law's space, but it was an act of generosity she couldn't refuse. She'd promised to tidy up, cook a meal, anything to repay the hospitality, however grudging it was. Her phone pinged with a news alert. She clicked it out of habit, eyebrows shooting up at the headline referencing the upcoming Lock Tower press briefing. It teased that Clay Locke and Henry Merrick would address the unfortunate breakdown in the Locke family and concerns about Darius's leadership. A cold dread settled in her stomach. They were going fully public. She wondered if they'd still try to rope her in or claim she'd confided about being mistreated. She shuddered. She had explicitly refused to slander Darius, but they might misquote her or twist something. Anxiety coiled in her gut. She scrolled through the article's comments. Some people speculated that Darius was a tyrant who drove Fiona away. Others insisted Henry Merrick was shady. It felt surreal to see strangers dissecting her private life. The guilt was suffocating. She'd triggered this catastrophe, undone a decade of marriage for fleeting lust and illusions. Could I speak publicly and defend Darius? She wondered. That might do more harm than good. He probably didn't want her near him. And if she openly contradicted Clay, she'd risk even more wrath. She rubbed her eyes, exhausted. She just wanted to vanish from the scandal. An old text thread caught her eye, pinned at the top of her messaging app. It was from months ago, light-hearted banter between her and Darius about painting the guest room. They'd joked about color palettes, shared silly memes. The memory stung. She'd once had a stable home. Now she was a pariah. Stay strong, she told herself. She typed a few more job applications, ignoring the swirl of negativity in her mind. She had no illusions that Darius wanted her help, but she silently hoped he'd manage to fend off Clay's assault. At the very least, she didn't want him to be crushed by her mistakes. Late morning found Darius back at his firm, reviewing architectural plans in the main conference room. Several department heads joined him, exchanging updates. They were finalizing proposals for the county infrastructure project. The tension in the room was palpable, though. Everyone had seen the rumors swirling online. One of his project managers, Lydia, cleared her throat. "Mr. Locke, can I ask, are we stable amid these rumors?" She glanced around, cheeks flushed. "Clients have been calling, worried about the company's direction." Darius gave a reassuring nod. "We're absolutely stable. The rumors are baseless. I've set up a formal interview with the Chronicle this afternoon to clarify. Additionally, CFO Leon and I will hold an internal Q&A tomorrow to answer employees' questions. There's no reason to fear." The staff around the table visibly relaxed, some offering supportive nods. Lydia spoke again, softly. "We're behind you, sir. We know you built this company with integrity. Clay's meddling is beyond unfair." He gave a grateful half-smile. "I appreciate the loyalty. Let's focus on doing our best work. That's the strongest proof we have." They resumed the meeting, discussing deadlines and budgets. But Darius couldn't ignore the nagging worry that Clay's press briefing the next day might rattle clients further. He had to get in front of the narrative quickly. When the meeting ended, Darius retreated to his office, making final notes for the upcoming interview. Mitchell had arranged it for 3 p.m. at the Chronicle's downtown studio. Darius hoped a calm, factual presence would reassure stakeholders. He wants to drag me through the mud publicly? Darius thought grimly. He'll find me prepared. He squared his shoulders, focusing on the day's tasks. No matter how personal, I'll treat this like any corporate crisis. Respond with facts. Deliver results. At precisely 2:45 p.m., Darius arrived at the Chronicle's modest but reputable newsroom. He'd worn a tailored gray suit, hair neatly combed, projecting steadiness. Mitchell Crane accompanied him, a reassuring presence. A receptionist guided them to a conference area with bright lights and camera equipment. The Chronicle produced a few video segments for their website. A middle-aged journalist named Sam Bishop greeted them, shaking hands. "Thank you for coming in, Mr. Locke," Sam said. "We'll do a quick on-camera segment, then maybe some off-camera quotes for our write-up." Darius nodded. "Sounds fine. I appreciate the opportunity to address the rumors directly." They arranged themselves at a small interview table. Sam tested the microphone levels, then launched into the recorded questions. "Mr. Locke, your family name is well known, but recently there's been a wave of reports suggesting trouble both in your personal life and in your company. Clay Locke and Henry Merrick allege mismanagement on your end. Can you address that?" Darius maintained steady eye contact. "Certainly. My father, Clay Locke, has not been actively involved in my construction firm. I started it from scratch, financed it independently. The allegations of mismanagement are baseless. Our financial records are strong, audited by reputable firms." Sam's gaze flicked to his notes. "There's also talk about, let's say, a marital collapse. Your wife, Fiona, apparently left the household. Some whisper she felt unsafe. Any comment?" A knot twisted in Darius's stomach. He forced an even tone. "Fiona Locke and I are in the process of a divorce, yes. I won't delve into private details, but any suggestion that she was unsafe is false. I never harmed her. We parted ways due to irreconcilable differences." "Mostly her affair," he added inwardly, but kept it succinct. Sam nodded, scribbling notes. "What about Henry Merrick's claim that he tried to invest in your firm, but you became hostile?" Darius gave a small, mirthless smile. "His proposed terms were unreasonable, effectively seeking control. I declined. That's not hostility. That's business prudence." Sam frowned thoughtfully. "Tomorrow, Clay Locke and Henry Merrick will hold a press briefing. Are you planning to attend or respond?" "I have no invitation to that event," Darius answered. "But I'll be watching. If they present falsehoods, I'll respond appropriately. My priority is running my company ethically and continuing to serve our clients." Sam wrapped up with a few more questions about upcoming projects. Darius highlighted the new infrastructure bids and praised his skilled team. The interview ended on a positive note, with Sam thanking him for his candor. As the cameras switched off, Sam extended a handshake. "Appreciate your time, Mr. Locke. We'll publish the video segment in a couple of hours." Darius exhaled, relieved. "Thank you for letting me clarify. I look forward to reading your piece." He and Mitchell departed, stepping onto the bustling city sidewalk. Mitchell clapped him on the shoulder. "You handled that perfectly. Calm, straightforward. Now we see how Clay reacts tomorrow." Darius nodded. He still felt the undercurrent of tension. Clay and Henry might stoop to more vicious tactics, but for now, he'd done his best to present facts to the public. The next morning, Locke Tower teemed with reporters and curious onlookers. A makeshift podium had been set up in the large atrium near a backdrop displaying the Locke Holdings logo. Clay Locke stood at the front, flanked by Henry Merrick, a swarm of cameras and microphones pointing at them. Inside the crowd, Fiona lingered by a pillar, half hidden. She'd come out of morbid curiosity, though she wasn't sure why. Maybe to see if they'd drag her name through the mud or invent quotes. She wore a plain blouse and skirt, hair tied back. Nobody recognized her at first among the throng. Clay began the briefing with a somber expression, explaining he was heartbroken by recent family disputes. He claimed he'd always supported Darius, but that recent events showed worrisome behavior. He cited erratic decision-making and disrespect to potential investors like Henry. The gathered press scribbled notes, cameras rolling. Fiona's pulse quickened as Clay implied that Darius had shut out all family counsel. Then Henry stepped up, speaking in a grave tone about how he'd approached Darius with a generous investment offer, only to be met with unreasonable hostility and personal attacks. He lamented that Darius seemed unstable, referencing the rumored marital breakdown as further evidence. The crowd muttered. One journalist raised a hand, asking if Henry had proof. Henry smiled thinly, saying he had documentation of Darius's abrupt withdrawal from negotiations, including rude communications. He didn't mention the affair at all, presumably to avoid exposing his own wrongdoing. Instead, he painted himself as a victim of Darius's aggressive refusal. Fiona felt her stomach churn. Their spin was nauseating. She wished she had the courage to step forward, to shout that Henry was lying. But she stayed rooted, uncertain if that would help or if she'd be ejected by security. She saw Clay glancing around the crowd, as if scanning for her. She ducked behind the pillar. Then Clay dropped a carefully worded bombshell. We have reason to believe Darius's emotional volatility contributed to the breakdown of his marriage. While we won't go into personal details, we know Fiona left under distressing circumstances, feeling unsafe and unsupported. A hush fell. Some reporters asked if they could interview Fiona. Clay responded that she was unavailable and that the family's concern for her well-being was paramount. Fiona's eyes burned with tears. The direct lie stung. He implied she had fled in fear. It was exactly what she refused to say herself. Henry took the mic, solemnly stating that he'd once tried to help Fiona by offering her financial stability so she wouldn't be trapped in an unhappy situation. Another twisting of the truth. The press snapped photos. The narrative was set. Darius was an unsound husband, Henry and Clay the compassionate ones. In the swirling commotion, Fiona clenched her fists. If she stayed silent, their story might go unchallenged. But stepping forward could cause chaos. What would Darius want? She suspected he'd want the truth out, but would her testimony even matter, given her track record? She inhaled shakily, heart hammering. Then she gathered her courage and pushed through the crowd toward the front. "Excuse me," she said, voice trembling but audible. "I'm Fiona Locke." A collective gasp rippled. Cameras swung to her. Clay's face twisted in fury. Henry's eyes widened. Reporters surged, thrusting microphones forward. "Fiona, can you clarify why you left Darius?" "Did you feel unsafe?" "Is Henry telling the truth?" Fiona's breath came fast. She locked eyes with Clay. He glared, silently warning her to keep quiet. But she found her voice. "What they said is not accurate," she managed, voice wavering. "Darius was never abusive. I didn't leave him because I felt unsafe. That's a lie." The crowd erupted with shouts for more details. Henry tried to step forward, muttering, "Fiona, you're confused." But she ignored him, raising her voice over the clamor. I left because I made a terrible mistake. I betrayed Darius. Henry Merrick was involved." Her eyes darted to the cameras, tears forming. "I was unfaithful. Darius found out. That's why our marriage ended. It had nothing to do with abuse, so please don't believe these false accusations." Chaos surged. Clay roared, "Security, remove her!" Henry's face reddened, stumbling out protests. But reporters circled Fiona, bombarding her with questions. She stammered, "Yes, it's my fault. Darius refused Henry's takeover attempt." "That's the real conflict. I'm sorry." She broke into sobs. Security guards rushed forward. Clay shouted, "She's unstable, ignore her!" The cameras flashed, capturing the pandemonium. Fiona let herself be ushered away, tears streaming. But she'd done it. She'd revealed the truth publicly, shattering Clay and Henry's carefully curated lie. Within minutes, social media exploded. Videos circulated showing Fiona's tearful confession, the abrupt meltdown of Clay's press event. Some praised her honesty, others scorned her for cheating. But almost everyone agreed it contradicted Clay's narrative that Darius was the problem. Journalists scrambled to rewrite headlines. Darius, in his office, learned of the drama when staff bombarded him with clips. He watched, stunned, as Fiona's trembling voice declared Henry had been the affair partner and that Darius wasn't abusive. The video ended with security dragging her away while Clay and Henry flailed. A swirl of emotion clutched Darius's chest shock, anger, grudging relief that she'd finally told the truth. Leon peeked into the office, wide-eyed. "Boss, the media's going wild. Clay's presser backfired big time. People are calling it a fiasco." Darius set his phone down, exhaling shakily. "So it seems." He rubbed his brow, confusion warring with gratitude. Fiona had just undone Clay's smear campaign in a single stroke. She'd destroyed her own reputation further, admitting adultery publicly, but she'd also exonerated Darius from abuse allegations. Leon gave a tentative smile. "This might flip the narrative in our favor. Should we do a follow-up statement?" Darius nodded slowly. "Yes, a statement reaffirming that we parted ways due to personal reasons. But absolutely no abuse. Emphasize the business stands strong. Let's stay professional." As Leon left, Darius stood at the window, arms folded. He replayed Fiona's tearful confession in his mind. She'd publicly humiliated herself to protect him from lies. Did that change anything about their future? Probably not. He still felt betrayed by her affair, but a tiny, quiet sense of gratitude tugged at him. She could have stayed silent or even aided Clay, but she chose truth. He sighed, a storm of conflicting emotions stirring. I never asked for her help, but she did something right, for once. The damage Clay hoped to inflict was likely undone. Darius felt a glimmer of victory overshadowed by a tinge of sorrow. This entire saga was a tragedy, yet perhaps he'd walk away with his integrity intact. Late that evening, Fiona sat alone in the small lounge area of Rebecca's apartment building. She'd been too shaken to face Rebecca's glare, so she lingered here after the press fiasco. The overhead fluorescent lights buzzed softly. She scrolled through her phone, seeing countless missed calls and messages from unknown numbers reporters wanting more dirt. She ignored them. She noticed a text from an unrecognized local number time-stamped an hour ago. "Fiona, this is Darius's attorney, Mitchell Crane. Mr. Locke wants you to know he's appreciative you spoke the truth. He will not pursue defamation charges. The divorce proceeding still stands, but your statement today clarified matters. Thank you." Tears welled in Fiona's eyes. Darius hadn't contacted her directly, but that short message from his lawyer conveyed enough. He was grateful she'd done the right thing, though it wouldn't halt the divorce. She swallowed, accepting that. She never expected him to forgive. At least she'd cleared his name. Footsteps approached. She looked up to see Rebecca. The younger woman's expression was guarded, but not hostile. "You really blew up Clay's press conference, huh?" Fiona nodded, wiping her cheeks. "I had to. They kept lying about him. I couldn't stomach it." Rebecca exhaled, sitting beside her. I watched the live feed. You were brave, I guess. My father's furious. He's calling you every name in the book. Fiona winced. I'm sure. I can't live with more lies. A small silence. Then, Rebecca placed a tentative hand on Fiona's arm. I still resent you for cheating on Darius, but thanks for clearing the air. Now maybe Darius can move on without that ugly rumor. Fiona nodded, tears slipping. I hope so. It's the least I could do after what I did to him. They sat quietly for a moment. The building's hum the only sound. Fiona exhaled, a strange mixture of relief and sorrow swirling in her chest. She'd lost almost everything, but she'd told the truth. She could face herself in the mirror now, even if her future remained uncertain. Outside, the city lights glowed. Fiona gazed at them through the lounge window, hugging herself. She had no illusions about a happy ending. Darius was done with her. Clay and Henry despised her, but she'd reclaimed a shred of integrity. That had to count for something. Morning dawned with a flurry of headlines. Clay Locke's press event derails as wife of Darius admits affair. Family feud exposed, Fiona contradicts Clay's abuse claims, and so on. The public spectacle overshadowed Clay's attempt to damage Darius. Media outlets criticized Clay and Henry for orchestrating a deceptive stunt. Darius read these updates over coffee in his quiet kitchen, a faint sense of vindication blooming. He felt exhaustion, too. This war had been draining. But at least now the world saw the truth. Fiona left due to an affair, not fear of him. Clay's credibility took a severe hit. Henry's image as a respectable investor was tarnished. He set down his mug, phone buzzing with a call from Mitchell. Good news again? He asked. Mitchell chuckled. Actually, yes. Several vendors who were on the fence about your company just reaffirmed their contracts. They see Clay's meltdown. They trust your side now. Also, a couple of prospective clients want to meet next week. Darius grunted, half smiling. That's a relief. A pause. Darius, not to intrude, but Fiona took a big risk. Are you sure you won't consider a more lenient divorce settlement? She effectively torpedoed her own reputation to clear your name. Darius stiffened. Memories of her betrayal flickered. He wouldn't forget how she'd humiliated him with Henry. I won't be vindictive, he said at length. We'll proceed with at-fault divorce. She'll get only what the law mandates, no extras. That's it. Mitchell exhaled. Understood. I'll move forward. Darius ended the call, swirling the coffee in his mug. I can't absolve her, but I won't crush her. She'd redeemed herself slightly, but the marriage was irreparable. He took a final sip, setting the cup aside. It was time to move forward, free from this toxic entanglement. Later, Darius visited the house's master bedroom, methodically removing Fiona's remaining personal items. A wave of nostalgia struck him as he found an old photo album beneath the dresser. Against his better judgment, he flipped through it pictures from their wedding day, honeymoon smiles, laughter at barbecues. They looked so carefree. His chest tightened. That woman was gone, replaced by someone who'd aligned with Henry. He closed the album gently, placing it in a box. He wouldn't destroy these memories. They were part of his life, a chapter that ended in heartbreak but once had been real love. With a final glance, he sealed the box. He'd have Mitchell's office forward it to Fiona eventually, or keep it stored in the attic. Then he exhaled, stepping away. In a couple of weeks, the divorce hearing would formalize the end. Clay and Henry had been publicly disgraced, diminishing their threat. Darius had emerged with his firm's integrity intact. Fiona had done one last act of honesty. He left the bedroom, flicking off the light, heading down the corridor. He had work to do, a company to grow, a life to rebuild. This house no longer felt like the marital home it once was. Maybe he'd renovate or buy a new place. Regardless, he was free. The betrayal had changed him, but it hadn't destroyed him. As he walked, the quiet halls echoed. The last few months swam in his mind suspicion, confrontation, revenge. Now, at least, a new dawn beckoned, a future with no illusions, but also no more lies. He let out a slow breath. The storm is over. Chapter 7. 6 weeks later, the day of the final divorce hearing dawned. Darius sat in a quiet corridor of the county courthouse, dressed in a sharp gray suit, waiting for the clerk to call them in. Mitchell Crane sat beside him, reviewing papers. The overhead fluorescent lights buzzed faintly, giving everything a sterile glow. He'd come to terms with this moment. The swirl of scandal had cooled in the public eye. Clay's attempt to harm Darius's business fell flat. Henry retreated from the city's investor circles, rumored to be licking his wounds in private. Darius's firm had stabilized, even landed a major infrastructure contract. But the personal closure hinged on this hearing. Legally, once the judge signed the decree, he'd be free of Fiona. No more illusions of marriage, no more complicated entanglements. A door opened down the hall, and Fiona stepped out of a restroom, accompanied by a female legal aide. She wore a subdued black skirt and a modest blouse, hair pinned back. She looked paler, thinner than before, tension etched into her features. Their eyes met, and an awkward silence stretched. Darius felt a pang of old sorrow. Despite her final act of honesty, the betrayal still lay between them, an unbridgeable gulf. At last, he nodded politely. "Fiona," her voice wavered. "Hello, Darius." He glanced at the aide, who quickly excused herself, leaving them a moment of privacy. Darius cleared his throat. "We'll be called in soon." She swallowed. "I know. Mitchell told me it'll be straightforward. I wanted to say thanks for not pushing for more punitive terms." He shrugged, face neutral. "I have no desire to punish you further. This is just closure for both of us." A flicker of sadness passed through her eyes. "Right. That's fair." Her gaze dropped to the floor. "I know an apology changes nothing, but I'm sorry. I truly am." He exhaled slowly, memories swirling. "We can't rewrite the past. But yes, you helped expose Clay's lies, and I acknowledge that. I guess I appreciate it." She managed a small, trembling smile. "I'm glad. I'll be out of your life soon. I hope you find happiness." Darius hesitated, not sure how to respond. Finally, the clerk's voice called from the courtroom door. "Lock versus lock." They parted ways, stepping inside. Mitch gave Darius a reassuring nod. Fiona's legal aide guided her forward. The judge, a gray-haired woman, sat behind a wooden bench, scanning their paperwork. The hearing commenced a brief recitation of facts, references to the adultery cause, asset distribution minimal since Fiona had waived most claims. The judge asked if both parties consented. Each responded quietly. Within minutes, the judge stamped the final decree. "Divorce granted," she said. "I hope you both find peace in your separate paths." A hush fell in the courtroom. Darius felt an odd mixture of relief and melancholy. That was it. His 9-year marriage ended with a thump of a judicial stamp. He glanced at Fiona, who blinked back tears. She nodded once, turning to leave. Mitch patted Darius's shoulder, signifying it was done. Outside the courtroom, reporters were absent. The scandal had cooled, overshadowed by newer sensational stories. Fiona paused near the exit, offered him a watery smile. "Goodbye, Darius." He studied her face. "Goodbye, Fiona," he said softly. She stepped through the door and vanished, leaving him standing alone. No anger. Just acceptance that this chapter was sealed. He closed his eyes, inhaled. I'm free. Back at the construction firm later that afternoon, Darius tried to throw himself into work. He and Leon pored over project updates, forging ahead with expansions. But his thoughts kept drifting to the finality of the divorce. At one point, Leon placed a coffee mug beside him, studying his boss with concern. "You okay? You seem distant." Darius rubbed his temple. "The hearing was this morning. I'm officially divorced." Leon exhaled. "I'm sorry. Even if it was inevitable, it's never easy." Darius forced a small shrug. "It's for the best. I appreciate your understanding." He eyed the blueprint. "Let's focus on the new project. The county expects site inspections next week, correct?" Leon nodded, catching the signal that Darius wanted to move on. "Right. We'll finalize site prep by Monday." They immersed themselves in technical details, discussing workforce scheduling, supply deliveries. Darius found relief in the structured tasks, yet an undercurrent of quiet ache remained. After years with Fiona, even a broken marriage left a hollow in his life. As evening approached, employees trickled out, leaving Darius alone in his office. The hum of the HVAC system was his only companion. He stared at a framed certificate on the wall, Entrepreneur of the Year, from 3 years ago. Fiona had been so proud of him that night. The memory stabbed at him. He eventually closed up, heading home to an empty house. But now it was his house, untainted by secrets and manipulations. He stepped into the foyer, exhaling. Time to rebuild. Alone. Elsewhere, in Clay's lavish penthouse, Henry Merrick slumped on a leather couch, swirling bourbon in a crystal glass. Clay paced near the window, phone pressed to his ear. After the humiliating press fiasco, both men lay low, but Clay refused to concede. He was exploring new angles to retaliate against Darius, though each attempt fizzled. Clay ended a call with a disgusted snarl. "These gutless politicians won't move against Darius. They say the scandal makes me toxic. Cowards!" Henry tossed back the bourbon. "I told you everyone views you as manipulative now. Fiona's confession destroyed your moral high ground." Clay shot him a glare. "And you're the adulterer who triggered it. Don't lecture me." Henry bristled. "Your plan. Your push to use Fiona. If you hadn't meddled, maybe she wouldn't have turned on us." A tense silence. Clay poured himself a whiskey, gaze simmering with resentment. "So what's next? We can't just let Darius carry on as if he's untouchable." Henry rubbed his jaw. "I might leave town for a bit. Let the heat die down. My investors pulled back. I need time to rebuild connections." Clay nearly sneered. "Running away? Fine. I'll handle my end. Darius thinks he's safe, but I still have friends in certain places. We'll see how long his success lasts." Henry shrugged, unconvinced. "You do you. Just be careful. If Darius has any more dirt on us, it'll resurface if we push too far." Clay's face twisted with hatred. "I don't fear that ingrate, but I'll be more discreet. For now, good riddance, Henry. Enjoy your retreat." Henry shook his head, downing the last sip of bourbon. Their alliance was in shambles, the once formidable pair undone by betrayal and exposed lies. Henry stood, grabbing his coat. "I'll be gone by week's end," he muttered. "Let me know if you unearth any new angles." Clay grunted. "I'll handle it." With that, Henry strode out, leaving Clay alone in the opulent penthouse, brooding over his lost influence and fractured family. He glared at the city skyline, vowing inwardly not to let the matter rest. But for now, he had no immediate path to strike back. Darius had checkmated him. 1 week passed, a calm settling over Darius's life that felt almost eerie after months of tumult. The final divorce decree arrived by mail. He filed it with his records, shutting the folder with a subdued finality. He kept busy, traveling to the county job site to oversee construction progress. The repetitive labor, the clang of equipment, the smell of fresh lumber grounded him. One late afternoon at the site, he stood on a partially framed platform, observing workers install beams. The sun slanted low, bathing everything in golden light. He felt a rare sense of contentment, recalling why he loved building. This tangible progress was a testament to effort and skill, free of the intangible chaos of personal betrayal. A voice roused him from his thoughts. "Hey, boss," said Tim, a longtime foreman, wiping sweat from his brow. "All the materials are on schedule. We might finish this phase early." Darius smiled. "That's excellent, Tim. Keep me posted if you need anything." Tim hesitated, then quietly added, "Glad to see you looking more relaxed, sir. We all know it's been rough." Darius's chest tightened momentarily. "Appreciate that. I'm moving forward." Tim gave a respectful nod. "We stand by you. If you ever need anything, let us know." Then he returned to the crew. Darius watched him go, gratitude swelling. He'd forged a loyal team over the years. Clay's attempt to undercut him failed largely because these people trusted him. That trust meant more than any fleeting drama. He hopped down from the platform, walking amid piles of lumber, inhaling the earthy scent. He decided to call it a day soon. Maybe treat himself to a decent dinner. A wave of possibility flickered. He could do what he wanted now. No tensions at home, no second-guessing whether Fiona was lying. Solitude beckoned, but it was an honest solitude. As he left the site, the horizon glowed with a deepening sunset. A small smile graced his lips. Tomorrow would be better. That night, he found himself in a cozy Italian bistro downtown, seated at a corner table, the soft chatter of patrons and gentle music a comforting backdrop. He rarely dined alone in such places, but tonight felt like a quiet celebration of his freedom. He perused the menu, eventually selecting seafood pasta. As he sipped a glass of red wine, his mind drifted. He recalled how Fiona used to love Italian food, their date nights filled with laughter. The memory was bittersweet, but not as painful as before. The tension eased, replaced by acceptance of the past. Halfway through his meal, footsteps approached his table. He looked up Rebecca. She wore business-casual attire, a briefcase slung over her shoulder. "Darius?" she said, a bit startled. "I didn't expect to see you here." He gestured for her to join. "I'm just grabbing dinner. You alone, too?" She nodded, setting her briefcase down. "Yes, finishing some errands. Mind if I sit?" "Please." A waiter hurried over with an extra menu, and Rebecca ordered a glass of water, glancing at Darius's plate. "How's work going?" He dabbed his mouth with a napkin. "Busy, but good. The county job's on track. We're forging ahead. Clay's rants have died down, so that helps." Rebecca sighed. "Dad's still bitter. He rarely speaks to me these days, calls me a traitor for not siding with him." Darius's eyes hardened. "I'm sorry he's punishing you. You did nothing wrong." She shrugged. "It's fine. I never needed his approval anyway. What about Fiona? Did you see her again at the final hearing?" He tensed, nodding. "Yes, it was quick. The divorce is official. She's out of my life." Rebecca sipped her water. "She's staying in a friend's spare room now, I think. She's been doing small event jobs, trying to get on her feet. She told me she's not complaining about the settlement. She knows it's her fault." A complex swirl of emotion flickered in Darius's eyes. "I don't wish her ill. I just can't rebuild something that was destroyed." "I appreciate she told the truth at that press fiasco. But that's all." Rebecca studied him. "You sound calmer about it." He managed a small smile, swirling his wine. "I am. Everything is calmer now. I can finally breathe." She patted his hand gently. "I'm glad. You deserve peace." They chatted lightly about business, occasional jokes about childhood memories. The bitterness overshadowing the Locke family crisis had eased, at least between the siblings. By the time dinner ended, Darius felt a sense of familial warmth he'd lacked for months. Walking her to her car, he thanked her for dropping by. She gave him a quick hug. "You'll be okay, Darius. Better days ahead." He nodded, watching her drive off. Then he headed to his own car, the city lights twinkling overhead. Perhaps, indeed, better days lay ahead. In a small one-bedroom sublet, Fiona set aside the last of her event flyers. She'd spent the day handing them out downtown, hoping to drum up interest in her freelance planning services. Money was tight, and she'd scraped by with part-time gigs. But she refused to wallow. She gazed around her humble living space, bare walls, a thrifted couch, a rickety desk. It was a far cry from the Locke mansion's luxury, but at least it was honest. She paid her share of rent from meager earnings. Pride flickered in her chest. She was forging a path, albeit rocky, free from Clay's manipulations and Henry's illusions. A battered laptop pinged with an incoming email. She opened it, heart leaping to see a potential client inquiry. A local charity wanted help organizing a small fundraiser. Her pulse quickened. If this worked out, it could lead to more references. She typed a polite, enthusiastic response, sending it off. After powering down the laptop, she noticed her reflection in the dark, screen-tired eyes, faint lines of worry, but also a softness that hadn't been there weeks ago, some measure of self-forgiveness. She'd lost so much, but she'd regained a bit of dignity by telling the truth about Darius. No more lies. A sudden thought prodded her. Should I reach out to Darius again? Apologize in a letter or email? She stifled it. The divorce was final. He had every right to move on. If she tried to contact him, it might stir painful memories. She opted to let him be. If he ever wanted to hear from her, he knew how to find her. Sighing, she rummaged in the tiny kitchen for leftover pasta, reheating it for dinner. As it warmed, she glanced at the fridge door, where she'd pinned a sticky note with a short quote, "Honesty, though painful, paves the road to peace." She'd scrawled it as a reminder never to revert to her old ways of deceit. She ate in silence, the hum of the mini-fridge her only companion. A wave of loneliness hit, but she reminded herself it was better than living a lie. She'd keep going, one step at a time. Weeks rolled by, blossoming into a gentle spring. Darius poured himself into expanding the business, forging new partnerships, and cultivating a positive workplace culture. Freed from personal turmoil, he found his creativity renewed. He even considered launching a side venture, maybe a small design consultancy. Life brimmed with possibilities. One day, he ventured to a philanthropic luncheon organized by local business leaders. It was a routine networking event, but he felt a small stir of excitement, a sense that he was stepping into a new social circle that wasn't overshadowed by Clay or Henry. At the luncheon, he made conversation with other entrepreneurs, discussing community projects, potential collaborations. He felt light, unburdened, as though a weight had lifted. When a polished, soft-spoken woman named Andrea Delgado approached him, introducing herself as a local nonprofit director, he found himself genuinely smiling, exchanging ideas about construction volunteer work. Andrea laughed warmly. "You're quite passionate about building not just businesses, but communities." "That's refreshing," he chuckled. "I do believe in using my skills for more than profit." Maybe it took a personal crisis to realize how much building something meaningful matters. She gave him a curious look, but didn't pry. They ended up discussing potential volunteer projects, shelters, community centers. By the luncheon's end, he'd agreed to meet her nonprofit team next week. As he left the venue, Darius felt a subtle spark inside. He recognized it as optimism, the faint stirring of a life beyond heartbreak, maybe even new connections. He wasn't rushing into romance or anything, but the idea that he could talk freely, plan philanthropic ventures, meet new people, that was freedom. He drove back to his firm with the car windows down, spring air flowing in. The sky was bright, and his mood matched it. The past would always be a scar, but the horizon lay open. Clay Locke, meanwhile, refused to fade quietly. A month after Fiona's public confession, he attempted smaller-scale sabotage, spreading rumors in certain political committees that Darius undercut union wages, or that he cut corners on building materials. However, each rumor was swiftly discredited. Darius's track record and loyal client base spoke louder than Clay's insinuations. Discouraged, Clay retreated further from public life, focusing on retaining the remnants of his own empire. He raged about filing lawsuits for defamation, but no attorney wanted to pursue a losing battle after the fiasco. So Clay sulked in isolation, a man who'd lost the respect of many influential peers. Henry Merrick's name vanished from local business columns. Whispers suggested he moved to Florida or possibly overseas. The once looming threat dissolved, leaving Darius to flourish unopposed. One evening, Darius unlocked his front door, stepping into the quiet foyer. The sight of empty spaces no longer bothered him. He'd gradually redecorated, removing old mementos, bringing in fresh touches, modern paintings, new furniture arrangements. The house felt like his domain, not a marital tomb. He set down his briefcase, checking his phone. A message from Rebecca made him smile. "Heard you're meeting that nonprofit lady again tomorrow? Good for you, big brother. Proud you're stepping out there." Darius typed a reply. "It's just for a volunteer project, but yeah, it's nice to do something uplifting. See you soon." He moved to the kitchen, making a light dinner. As the pasta cooked, he gazed out the window at the twilight sky, mind drifting to the future. The divorce behind him, Clay's sabotage deflected, Henry gone. He pictured establishing new philanthropic ties, maybe traveling to see more architectural wonders. A faint sense of excitement stirred. After dinner, he settled in the den, opening a book on eco-friendly construction practices. He read with calm interest, the hush of the house, no longer suffocating, but serene. He recognized that, ironically, Fiona's final honesty had paved the way for this peace. He bore her no illusions he didn't want her back, but he felt no lingering hatred, just acceptance. Late at night, he retired to bed, turning off the lights. For the first time in a long while, he fell asleep with his mind at ease, no nightmares of betrayal, no seething over Clay's plots. He dreamt of blueprint sketches and beams rising toward the sky, a testament to creation rather than destruction. Sunrise cast golden rays over the city, and with it, a sense of renewal. Darius Locke woke early, energized for his day. At the construction firm, he gathered a small team to finalize a philanthropic blueprint for Andrea Delgado's nonprofit. They planned to renovate an old community hall, turning it into a vibrant youth center. As he presented slides, his employees nodded enthusiastically, excited to engage in something meaningful beyond standard contracts. The synergy was palpable. They discussed design ideas, volunteer schedules, partnerships with local suppliers. After the meeting, he lingered in the conference room alone, gazing at the diagrams. A quiet satisfaction filled him. He was forging a legacy built on authenticity and service. The scars from betrayal remained a part of him, but they no longer defined him. He exhaled, stepping to the window. The city stretched before him, a tapestry of possibility. He resolved to live each day with unwavering integrity, never allowing cunning conspiracies or personal betrayals to overshadow the constructive spirit within him. "We rise from the ashes," he thought. recalling the swirl of heartbreak and cunning that once engulfed him. And now, we build something better. Chapter 8. A crisp Saturday morning found Darius driving out of the city, heading down a rural highway toward a scenic lake. He seldom took leisure breaks, but today was different. Andrea had invited him to a community retreat for local volunteers, a day of kayaking, barbecuing, and informal planning sessions. He agreed, seeing it as a chance to decompress and bond with others in the nonprofit space. The roads were lined with blossoming wildflowers, the sky a bright blue. Darius felt a subtle flutter in his chest. He'd said yes to the invitation, not purely out of professional courtesy. Part of him was curious about Andrea, who exuded warmth and intelligence. It wasn't a date exactly, but an opportunity to share an experience outside the usual business environment. Arriving at the lakeside campsite, he found a cluster of cars and a few people setting up picnic tables. Andrea waved from near a wooden dock, beaming in casual shorts and a windbreaker. Darius parked, greeting her with a handshake that felt almost too formal. She laughed. "Come on, no need for business etiquette here." He chuckled self-consciously, letting go. "Right. Sorry. Habit." She introduced him to a small group of volunteers. They teased him about being the big construction boss, but quickly accepted him as part of the crew. Soon he was helping haul kayaks down to the shoreline, bantering about paddling techniques. When they finally launched onto the water, the calm lake mirrored the bright sky. Darius dipped his paddle, feeling the cool splash. The gentle motion steadied his heartbeat. Andrea glided beside him in her own kayak, smiling. "You look relaxed." He inhaled the fresh air. "It's nice, yeah. I haven't done this in ages." They paddled leisurely, discussing the youth center project, exchanging ideas. Then conversation drifted personal. She asked about his passion for construction, and he gave a condensed version of how he'd built his firm from scratch, carefully omitting the recent family drama. She sensed something deeper, but didn't pry. Eventually, they circled back to shore. The group gathered for a barbecue. The savory aroma of grilled food filled the air. Darius found himself laughing along with stories from other volunteers, clinking soda cans in a playful toast. A sense of camaraderie enveloped him, uncomplicated, free from the tension that once plagued his personal life. After the meal, as the sun dipped lower, Andrea guided him to a quiet spot by the lakeshore, away from the chatter. They perched on a fallen log, watching ripples shimmer across the water. Darius felt a pleasant fatigue in his muscles from paddling and hauling gear. She looked at him with gentle curiosity. "I'm not trying to pry, but something about your eyes tells me you've been through a lot recently." He paused, deciding how much to reveal. Then he shrugged, exhaling. "I went through a messy divorce and a family betrayal. It left some scars. But I'm rebuilding." She nodded softly. "I'm sorry to hear that. Sometimes adversity pushes us to new growth, though." He eyed the shimmering lake. "Yes, I learned not to take loyalty for granted, to trust my instincts. And that honesty matters more than anything." Andrea's expression warmed with empathy. "You seem like a good man, Darius. I hope you find the peace and fulfillment you deserve." He felt a twinge of emotion, gratitude for her kindness. "Thank you. I'm taking life day by day. Today was a wonderful break." She grinned. "We do these outings often to keep our volunteers rejuvenated. You're welcome any time." Silence settled in as they watched the sunset's colors reflect on the lake. The moment felt quietly intimate, a hint of possibilities. Darius wasn't sure if romance was in the cards, but he valued this gentle connection, unburdened by deception. When they eventually returned to the group, he left with a sense of renewed hope. Outside the swirl of heartbreak, there existed a bright world where he could share laughter, build friendships, maybe more. That night, back at his house, Darius found himself humming a light tune as he showered, the scent of lake water still clinging to his skin. Drying off, he checked his phone. No frantic calls, no corporate crises. A peaceful evening beckoned. He scrolled social media, noticing a brief article praising Locke Construction's volunteer involvement with Andrea's nonprofit. A few glowing comments from folks at the event. Darius felt a small surge of pride. This was the direction he wanted: positive engagement, genuine impact, not empty showmanship like Clay's stunts. Before bed, he flicked through the channels, stumbling on a re-airing of a business talk show. A segment featuring Henry Merrick from 2 years ago popped up, ironically reminding him how far the man had fallen. Darius watched for a moment, then turned it off, disinterested in dwelling on the past. Henry was gone. That chapter closed. He climbed into bed, flicking off the lamp, letting the day's warmth wash over him. He drifted to sleep, imagining the next volunteer project, the designs he'd tweak, and the possibility of a future that included the gentle companionship he'd glimpsed at the lakeshore. Meanwhile, Fiona sat at a modest event venue, finishing the setup for a fundraiser. She'd hustled to secure this gig, coordinating floral arrangements, table placements, a small stage for announcements. The client, an animal rescue organization, had limited funds, but she didn't mind. She poured her creativity into making the space welcoming. As guests started trickling in, she kept a calm smile, guiding them to their seats, adjusting final details. A sense of purpose buoyed her. Despite losing all the comforts of her old life, she discovered an inner resilience. Doing honest work, forging her path without cunning or betrayal, felt redemptive. Partway through the event, she retreated to the side, observing the crowd. The rescue group's leader, an elderly woman named Mrs. Calhoun, approached with gratitude in her eyes. "My dear, this is lovely. We've never had such a smoothly run event." Fiona's cheeks warmed. "Thank you. I'm glad it's going well." Mrs. Calhoun patted her hand. "We'll definitely recommend your services. You have a gift for organization and empathy." Fiona felt a surge of relief. This might lead to more referrals, more stability. She gazed over the attendees, men and women, drawn by a shared cause, no hidden agendas. A pang of regret surfaced. If only I'd embraced work like this earlier instead of chasing illusions with Henry. But regrets aside, she was forging a new chapter. As the fundraiser ended on a high note, Fiona helped dismantle decorations, exhaustion mixing with satisfaction. She'd carve out her future day by day, no grand illusions, just honest effort. Time rolled on, bringing the early stirrings of summer. Darius's youth center renovation, with Andrea's nonprofit, took shape, the building's interior transforming from a dingy hall into a bright, welcoming space. He split his schedule between corporate projects and volunteering, a balance that revitalized him. Andrea became a friendly presence. Sometimes they shared coffee after site visits, chatting easily. Darius appreciated her respectful curiosity, how she never pressed about his past beyond what he was willing to share. Their rapport felt gentle, unforced. One afternoon, as they finalized paint colors for the youth center's walls, Andrea teased him about a lavender shade for the reading nook. "Lavender fosters calm, you know," she quipped. "Don't be a macho man all the time." He laughed, conceding. "All right, let's do lavender in that corner. The kids might like it." She waggled her eyebrows. "I'll hold you to that. If we get compliments, you'll owe me coffee." He smirked. "Deal." It was small moments like this that reminded him life could be joyful. The pain of betrayal lingered in memory, but it no longer consumed him. He found new reasons to smile, new friendships forming in the spaces once filled by bitterness. Rebecca continued a cautious friendship with Fiona, occasionally meeting for coffee. She watched with quiet relief as Fiona stabilized her event-planning micro-business. Though they never spoke much of Darius, it was clear Fiona wanted only the best for him now. Remorse etched in her every mention of the past. One day, Rebecca relayed a snippet of conversation to Darius. They were at a coffee shop near his office. "I saw Fiona last week," she said. "She's working a few charity events. She never once complained about you, or tried to blame you. She praises your generosity in not retaliating further. Just thought you'd like to know." Darius nodded, stirring his latte. "Good to hear. I'm glad she's finding her footing." Rebecca eyed him. "It doesn't mean you owe her anything, but I sense she's truly sorry." He offered a small, subdued smile. "I appreciate the update. I'm at peace with how things ended." Rebecca reached over, squeezing his hand gently. "You're a good man, big brother." He squeezed back, thankful for her unwavering support. Summer arrived in full bloom, bringing vibrant energy to the city. Darius's construction firm soared with new contracts. The youth center was nearing completion, and rumors about any Locke family scandal had all but vanished. Clay remained bitter, but powerless. Henry was a distant memory, Fiona forging her quiet path. One warm evening, the youth center held a soft opening for donors and volunteers to see the progress. Darius walked through the freshly painted corridors. Yes, lavender in that reading nook, and saw bright furniture, a small stage for performances, walls decorated with art from local kids. Andrea beamed, directing visitors around. When she caught Darius's eye, she waved him over, excitement shining. "Look at this place, it's so alive. The kids are going to love it." He nodded, heart swelling with satisfaction. "All that effort paid off. You and your team did an incredible job." She chuckled. "You did half the work, Mr. I Build Skyscrapers. Don't downplay it." They wandered to a quieter corner, away from the crowd. Andrea's voice softened. "I know you said you're not rushing into anything, but after seeing you pour your heart into this, I have to admit, I admire you. If you ever feel ready to explore more than friendship, let me know." Darius felt warmth spread through his chest. He gently laid a hand on her arm, a sincere smile forming. "I appreciate that, Andrea. I do enjoy spending time with you. Maybe we could go to dinner sometime, away from paint cans and lumber." She grinned. "I'd like that." He nodded, a quiet thrill running through him. The possibility of new affection no longer felt taboo. He'd navigated heartbreak, emerged stronger. Perhaps opening his heart again was the next step in living fully. After the event concluded, Darius walked outside, the twilight sky painted in oranges and purples. He reflected on how far he'd come, a broken marriage, betrayal by father and wife, a humiliating scandal. Now, months later, he stood at the cusp of something hopeful, forging genuine connections, doing meaningful work. He unlocked his car, placing a hand on the hood as if grounding himself in the moment. Everything felt simultaneously surreal and utterly natural. This was life's tapestry: pain, healing, growth. He was grateful he hadn't succumbed to bitterness or let Clay's manipulations define him. Sliding into the driver's seat, he breathed in the sweet summer air. He'd text Andrea tomorrow, maybe set up that dinner. Another step forward. On the drive home, city lights winked on, the warm breeze flowing through the open window. Music played softly, and he found himself humming along. A sense of liberation fluttered in his chest. Betrayal had cut deep, but it hadn't destroyed him or his capacity to trust. As he pulled into his driveway, the house glowed gently in the dusk, a refuge shaped by his own resilience. He parked, entered the foyer, flicking on a lamp, The emptiness no longer stung. It represented freedom and possibility. He glimpsed a reflection in the mirror near the door, seeing a man whose eyes held steadiness, not haunted shadows. With a satisfied exhale, he strolled deeper inside, a ghost of a smile lingering. Tomorrow beckoned with promise. Elsewhere that same night, Fiona lay on her second-hand sofa, reading a novel beneath a dim floor lamp. She took a break from event planning tomorrow, giving herself some rest. Despite her limited means, she felt a certain peace. She scrolled social media occasionally, glimpsing photos from the youth center's opening. A pang of longing surfaced. She missed that sense of purposeful togetherness with Darius. But she was proud of him. She typed a short congratulatory message on the center's public page. "Wonderful job, everyone. The place looks amazing. Best wishes from a grateful observer." She didn't mention her name, signing it F.L. The post was a small gesture of support from afar. Then she returned to her novel, letting the words carry her into a fictional realm. She resolved not to dwell on regrets. She had her own path to cultivate, learning from mistakes, living honestly. She'd never reclaim what was lost, but she could shape a better future, no matter how humble. Weeks stretched into months, finalizing the transformation of the youth center, fortifying Darius's firm. Clay's petty attempts at sabotage fizzled further, overshadowed by Darius's steady reputation. Henry's name ceased to appear in local circles. Fiona's quiet event business gained traction in small non-profits. Life moved forward, shaped by the consequences of betrayal, but not defined by them. Darius occasionally reflected on the path behind him, dark corridors of suspicion, heartbreak, confrontation. Yet from those ashes, he'd built a stronger foundation. His firm thrived, his philanthropic endeavors blossomed, and he found the courage to explore gentle companionship with Andrea. One late afternoon, finishing a volunteer day at the youth center, Andrea kissed him softly near the newly painted mural. She murmured, "To new beginnings?" her eyes shining with affection. He smiled, returning the kiss. "Yes, to new beginnings." He held her hand, feeling the warmth of possibility. Betrayal was a chapter in his story, not the entire book. The final lines had yet to be written, but the pen was firmly in his own hand now, guided by truth, resilience, and hope. Chapter 9. A mild summer breeze drifted through the city's downtown, ushering in the late afternoon glow that outlined the renovated youth center in subtle gold. Darius Locke stood on the front steps, running a hand over the smooth railing his construction firm had installed. Bright murals, newly painted planters with flowers, and the sense of vibrant life brought a subdued smile to his face. Several months had passed since the fiasco that ended his marriage and brought Clay Locke's schemes into public disgrace. In that time, the youth center had opened to local children and teens, quickly becoming a hub of activity after school. Darius found himself returning to the site often, both for philanthropic reasons and because it reminded him of a future untainted by the past. It also afforded him a chance to see Andrea Delgado more frequently. He peered inside the double doors, glimpsing the cheerful bustle. Adolescents played board games at a table. In the reading nook, complete with lavender-colored walls, 2 teens perused graphic novels. A volunteer counselor led an art activity near the far wall. Laughter spilling across the space. The energy made him proud. He remembered the bleak initial conditions of this building and how he and Andrea had labored to transform it. A wave of warmth welled in his chest. We built something that matters. While the wounds of betrayal lingered as faint scars, he discovered a renewed sense of purpose, forging ahead in both business and personal endeavors. The swirl of heartbreak no longer dictated his days. Suddenly behind him, footsteps approached. Andrea's voice, soft and amused, broke the hush. If you stand there looking dreamy for too long, the kids might think you're stuck. Darius turned, giving her a genuine smile. Caught me. I was just taking it all in. Andrea wore a crisp blouse and jeans, her nonprofit badge clipped to her belt. Her dark hair was pinned in a loose bun, framing an expression of calm confidence. She stepped closer, and for a moment, the playful twinkle in her eyes made Darius's heart flutter. Well, I'm glad you're here. The director from Brightwave Tech is visiting soon. They hinted at a potential collaboration, maybe a small STEM corner in the center. I wanted you around if they have questions about structural feasibility. Darius's brows lifted in interest. I'd be happy to help. A STEM corner would be amazing for these kids. Andrea nodded, then gestured toward the street. They should arrive in about 15 minutes. Join me inside? He inhaled the sense of fresh paint and summer air, then followed her into the lively interior. The kids waved hello to Mr. Locke, some running up to ask about new expansions or field trips. Darius answered with good-natured warmth. The simple joy in their faces made all the corporate backstabbing feel distant. He was free to be himself, unburdened by old illusions. Across town, Fiona stood in a modest event hall, finishing the final touches for a weekend charity bazaar. Long rectangular tables lined the room, laden with crafts, baked goods, and flyers for local welfare projects. She'd spent the past week coordinating vendors and volunteers, aiming to create a welcoming atmosphere. Her own small business, Fiona Locke Events, had grown bit by bit. The name occasionally prompted curious questions. Locke any relation to the famous Locks? But so far, no scandal overshadowed her success. She'd learned to navigate politely, answering only if pressed. This was her professional identity now, unconnected to old mistakes. She scanned the space, cheerful banners, check-in tables with friendly volunteers, a corner stage for announcements. The lighting was good, the decor bright. Everything is set. She let out a slow breath, remembering how a year ago she'd been entangled in an affair with Henry Merrick, how she'd lost Darius and nearly sank into ruin. Now, at least, she stood on her own 2 feet, forging a path free of deception. A staffer approached. Miss Locke, the caterers are outside. Where should they unload? Fiona guided them swiftly, voice steady with professional composure. She'd discovered a sense of purpose in making events run smoothly, channeling her organizational flair into something productive. It was, in many ways, a second chance she owed to her own hard work, and to the small circle of supportive acquaintances, Rebecca included. The memory of how she publicly confessed her affair and cleared Darius from false abuse allegations still made her chest tighten. She didn't regret telling the truth. That final shred of honesty paved the way for a quiet redemption, even if she'd never earned Darius's forgiveness. He deserves his new life, she reminded herself. I'll keep building mine. When the hall doors opened to early arrivals, she greeted them with a gracious smile. Despite occasional pangs of regret, Fiona felt a cautious optimism, like a plant regrowing after a devastating storm, each new leaf a testament to resilience. We all move forward. In a darkened study at the top of Locke Tower, though many floors now sat half-vacant or rented out. Clay Locke sat with a whiskey in hand, scowling at the swirling amber liquid. The once mighty patriarch of the Locke name found himself beset by financial constraints, a tarnished public image, and a growing sense of isolation. Key associates had abandoned him after the scandal. Investors steered clear, wary of his manipulative reputation. He glowered at a newspaper article pinned on a corkboard. Locke Construction's Youth Center renovation garners high praise. The featured photo showed Darius shaking hands with city council members, a bright grin on his face. Clay's jaw clenched. That insolent child. He thinks he can overshadow me? Memories of their last confrontation flashed Darius's unyielding stance, Fiona's public confession that destroyed Clay's attempt to smear Darius with abuse rumors. Each day since had fueled Clay's resentment. He felt dethroned, overshadowed in the city's business circles. Henry Merrick, once Clay's ally, had scurried away. No one seemed eager to help him orchestrate vengeance. Yet Clay refused to fade quietly. The Locke name was his birthright. He harbored twisted dreams of returning in triumph, punishing Darius for his insolence, maybe reclaiming the firm. I just need a lever, he thought. Some piece of damning evidence or cunning strategy to bring Darius to heel. In times past, Clay might have financed a smear campaign, but his liquidity was limited now. He swirled the whiskey, eyes flicking to a small notepad on his desk, where he'd scribbled possible Angle's political contacts, old connections at the building inspector's office. Rumors he could whisper about Darius's lack of compliance on major projects. None guaranteed success, but he was determined to try. Vengeance still simmered in his veins. Setting the glass down, he summoned a half-smirk. If I can't tear him down from the outside, I'll try from the inside. Perhaps a carefully placed spy or subversive tactic within Darius's ranks. The notion stirred his malignant pride. He'd not accept defeat. Darius had to pay for humiliating him. That same evening, after finishing the prospective meeting with Brightwave Tech at the youth center, Darius walked Andrea out to her car. The mild breeze carried the scents of newly mowed grass and faint hints of food from a nearby cafe. Soft streetlights reflected in the center's windows. Andrea paused by her driver's side door, turning to face him. Well, that went better than I expected. They might fund a robotics workshop for older teens. Great news for the center. He nodded, genuinely pleased. Your leadership attracted them, no doubt. It's a perfect match. She flushed slightly, brushing hair behind her ear. You had a part in convincing them, too. You have that calm, professional aura. He chuckled, stepping a bit closer. I just explained how the building's layout can accommodate expansions. You handled all the charm. A comfortable silence drifted between them, their eyes meeting. Andrea's gaze lingered, and Darius felt a gentle tug in his chest. They'd grown close, forging an easy companionship that occasionally teetered on the edge of something deeper. He recalled their many coffee outings, the evenings spent finalizing budgets for community projects, and the unspoken spark each time they parted ways. She exhaled softly. Darius, if you're free next Friday, there's a small arts fundraiser downtown. Maybe we could attend together. Her voice wobbled with a flicker of vulnerability. His lips curved into a smile. I'd like that. Count me in. A quiet joy glowed in her expression as she murmured good night and slid into her car. Darius watched her drive off, heart lighter than it had been in years. This is good. Natural. He still carried caution from past wounds, but Andrea's earnestness felt worlds apart from the manipulations that once entangled his life. With a final glance at the youth center, he headed to his own vehicle, a faint grin lingering on his face. Late night in her cramped but tidy apartment, Fiona finally flopped onto the couch, her feet aching from the day's event coordination. The bazaar had concluded successfully, drawing a steady crowd. She'd handled minor crises missing signs, a volunteer no-show with surprising poise. An envelope on her coffee table caught her eye, bearing the name Prescott and Associates. At first, fear seized her. Was it a legal matter? She'd had enough of lawsuits, but then she remembered. Prescott and Associates was a small law firm, one she'd contacted about finalizing certain property disclaimers related to the old Locke estate. She'd needed to confirm she had no remaining claim to that property, a formality to ensure no future confusion about marital assets. Nerves skittered through her as she opened it. The letter was straightforward. All property ties settled. No further responsibilities. Fiona exhaled, relief mingling with a bittersweet ache. That final thread tying her to the mansion and symbolically to Darius was now severed. The message was clear. Her ex-husband truly owed her nothing. She set the letter aside, hugging a throw pillow. A swirl of memory returned her time in that grand house, the illusions of wealth and comfort. She recalled how she once believed Henry's attention was exciting, that stepping out was harmless fun. It led to destruction, heartbreak, and her own near ruin. Now she lived in a small apartment, scrounging for event contracts, but at least she could meet her own eyes in the mirror each morning. A pang of longing stung. She missed Darius's gentle humor, the warm environment they'd built before everything crumbled. She knew better than to dwell on fantasies of reconciliation. The divorce was final, his life moving on. The best she could do was wish him well. That night, she drifted off with faint tears, silently thanking the universe for a second chance at integrity, if nothing else. In the weeks that followed, Claylock began quietly testing new sabotage tactics. He visited a couple of city inspectors he knew socially, dropping insinuations that Darius's firm might be cutting corners on upcoming municipal projects. He claimed he'd heard anonymous concerns about structural compliance. The inspectors listened politely, but gave no indication they'd act on rumor alone. Next, Clay tried contacting old acquaintances in the local media, hinting at potential scandal if they dug deeper into Darius's expansions. He floated the notion that the youth center used substandard materials. But no journalist would bite after the fiasco months earlier. Clay had burned too many bridges, and Darius's sterling track record overshadowed baseless gossip. Undeterred, Clay scoured for ex-employees of Darius's company, hoping to find a disgruntled one. He discovered a name, Patrick Holden, a former site manager let go for repeated tardiness and poor performance. Maybe he held a grudge. Clay arranged a discreet meeting in a dim lounge at an out-of-the-way hotel, offering Patrick money to sign statements that Darius pressured employees to skip safety protocols. But Patrick, though bitter at losing his job, refused to flat-out lie. He insisted safety was never compromised. He was fired for his own failings. Clay's attempts to bribe him with hush money or false testimony fell flat. Patrick left the meeting shaking his head, appalled by Clay's desperation. Furious, Clay drained glass after glass of scotch in that lounge, cursing the city, cursing Darius, cursing the uselessness of disloyal scoundrels who wouldn't do his bidding. He threw a wad of bills at the bartender and stumbled out, brimming with rage. "I will not be humiliated again." The words echoed in his mind like a twisted mantra. At the youth center, Darius was oblivious to Clay's floundering sabotage. He stayed busy with projects, finding surprising joy in his deepening friendship and perhaps budding romance with Andrea. Their Friday fundraiser outing had gone well. They strolled amid art exhibits, discussing paintings and munching on hors d'oeuvres, relishing a sense of normalcy outside volunteer schedules. Now, on a tranquil weekend afternoon, they lounged in a bright corner of the youth center, going over designs for a new music room. A local donor offered to fund instruments for the kids, so they needed a dedicated space with proper acoustics. Andrea brushed a pencil across the blueprint. "We could install sound-dampening panels along these walls, minimizes noise bleed into the reading nook." Darius leaned closer, attention on the drawing. "Good idea. And we can shift that storage closet to the other side so we keep a hallway clear." As they worked side by side, he felt the comforting synergy that came from shared goals. A portion of his heart remained cautious. But the contentment he experienced with her presence hinted that he was ready to let new love flourish. A volunteer popped in, apologizing for the interruption. "Hey, Ms. Delgado, we have a parent who wants to talk about scholarship possibilities for her son's art supplies." Andrea nodded. "Sure, I'll be right there." She stood, giving Darius a gentle, secretive smile. "Finish scribbling your brilliant solution. I'll be back." As she left, Darius felt a small thrill, a sense that life was no longer just about surviving betrayal, but about building anew. He turned back to the blueprint with renewed focus, sketching out more ideas, mind humming with optimism. Meanwhile, in a cozy cafe near downtown, Fiona met Rebecca for a mid-morning coffee, an occasional ritual they'd adopted. Rebecca sipped a latte, scanning Fiona's tired face with mild concern. "Rough week?" Fiona nodded, rubbing her temples. "The last event was huge. Great turnout, but I barely slept for 3 days handling last-minute changes. It's all on me, from scheduling caterers to wrangling volunteers. I love it, but I'm exhausted." Rebecca offered a sympathetic grin. "You're doing well, though. People are noticing your professionalism. I heard the city's library might hire you for a cultural fair next month." Fiona's eyes sparkled momentarily. "That's the rumor. It'd be a big step up." She paused, swirling her coffee. "Thanks for these check-ins, by the way. I know I hurt your brother, and you had every reason to hate me." Rebecca's voice softened. "It's complicated. Darius is family, but I saw how Clay and Henry manipulated you too. And you did come clean publicly. That matters. I decided it's better to see you grow than watch you crumble." Fiona's throat tightened, gratitude mingling with regret. "I'll forever regret betraying Darius, but I'm thankful at least someone in the Locke orbit extended a hand." Rebecca gently changed the subject, relaying a snippet of news. "Darius is doing well some new philanthropic expansions. Also, he might be seeing someone." An odd mixture of longing and relief washed over Fiona. "That's good. He deserves happiness." Her voice caught slightly on the word. She forced a smile. "Truly, I'm glad for him." They chatted a while longer about everyday topics, neither delving too deep into the past. When they parted, Fiona trudged onto the sidewalk, a swirl of emotions in her chest. She whispered to herself, "Be happy, Darius," letting that benediction mingle with the city's bustle. Days later, Clay Locke's frustration boiled over. His petty attempts at sabotage had yielded nothing. In the shadowy confines of his once grand penthouse, he mulled a darker plan. A direct confrontation with Fiona. Perhaps he could coerce her to feed him insider details about Darius. Although she was no longer married to Darius, Clay suspected Fiona might know some personal or financial secrets. Even if the divorce was final, maybe she had old documents or grudges to share. He'd heard on the grapevine that Fiona now ran a blossoming event planning business. Surely she can't be too comfortable, he told himself. Maybe if threatened or bribed, she'd comply. Determined, he pulled out his phone, dialed a contact who could locate her upcoming events schedule. He discovered she was organizing a city library cultural fair soon. Perfect. He'd confront her there, away from Darius's domain. Clay stared at his reflection in a sleek mirror, eyes bloodshot from sleepless nights. A twisted satisfaction curled his lip. I'll bend her to my will one last time. If he had to ruin the woman who played a part in humiliating him, so be it. He rationalized that she'd owe him. She contributed to turning Darius into a success story when she came clean about the affair. Twisted logic, but Clay cared little for fairness anymore. He tossed back another gulp of whiskey. Tomorrow, he'd set his plan in motion, making certain Fiona Locke recognized that crossing him, had dire consequences. On a late Thursday afternoon, as the sun dipped below the skyline, Darius wrapped up a meeting in his office. He tidied documents about a new commercial building contract. The day felt productive, but a slight restlessness thrummed under his skin. He realized with a start that it was nearly 5 o'clock. Andrea had asked him to meet at a quiet riverside park bench for a short walk before she headed to an evening appointment. Smiling, he locked the office and strode out, greeting staff as they left. The city's roads were modestly congested, but he navigated them quickly. Reaching the park, he parked by a row of tall oaks. He spotted Andrea leaning on a railing overlooking the gently flowing river, the early evening light catching her hair. He approached quietly, slipping an arm around her waist in a tender greeting. She didn't startle, just smiled, leaning into him. They stood like that for a moment, soaking in the tranquil ambiance. The water shimmered, reflecting pastel hues of the sky. "Good day?" she asked softly. "Busy, but yes," he replied. "I needed this break." Andrea laced her fingers with his. "Me too. The center's new music room starts next week, and I've been fielding so many sponsor calls." They strolled along the winding path, discussing everyday details of their philanthropic work. Eventually, the conversation turned more personal. Andrea hesitated, then spoke. "Darius, I know you went through a difficult divorce. Are you—" She paused, searching for words. "Are you truly ready to move forward, in a relationship sense?" He squeezed her hand gently, gazing at her earnest expression. "I won't lie. Part of me is still cautious, but I feel at peace with that past. Each day, being around you, I see a future that's not defined by betrayal." She relaxed, eyes bright with relief. "That's all I needed to know." They continued walking, lulled by the water's gentle sounds. Then she teased. "So, dinner this weekend?" He grinned. "Absolutely." The sense of possibility filled the air like a sweet fragrance. Thus, under the lengthening shadows of the dusk, they sealed an unspoken pact, to see where this gentle affection might lead, both respectful of old wounds, but hopeful for new joys. Chapter 10. High noon sun blazed on the expansive plaza outside the city library, where preparations for the cultural fair buzzed with life. Vendors assembled booths featuring international foods, crafts, and music. Colorful banners fluttered overhead, proclaiming a world of cultures. Fiona hustled from table to table, clipboard in hand, orchestrating final placements. She paused to direct a group of performers, setting up a small stage, wiping sweat from her brow. The day was hot, tensions high as last-minute details threatened chaos and MC was late, a baked goods vendor missing equipment. But Fiona navigated it all with calm expertise. The synergy of her organizational talents and genuine passion for community events showed. Her assistant, a young woman named Carla, rushed over, breathless. "We're short on extension cords for the main microphone, and the Korean dance troupe arrived early, needing a changing area." Fiona jotted notes. "Grab cords from the last booth near the fountain. I'll handle the dance troupe, guide them to the library's community room." She handed Carla a map. "Thanks." As Carla dashed off, Fiona breathed in and out, reminding herself to stay composed. The fair's official start was an hour away, and everything needed to align swiftly. Yet she thrived on this adrenaline. She recognized how far she'd come from the days of idle luxury. Now she contributed something meaningful to the city. A flicker of anxiety briefly surfaced. This was a high-profile event. City officials, business leaders, possibly even some folks from Darius's circle might wander by. She braced herself for potential awkwardness, but pressed forward. She'd learned to face the public on her own terms. Focus on the tasks, she told herself. Do this job well, one step at a time. Amid the swirling bustle of the cultural fair, Clay Locke arrived, dressed in an understated dark suit that clashed with the festive atmosphere. He'd parked a few blocks away to avoid drawing notice. Stepping onto the plaza, he scanned the scene with narrowed eyes, searching for Fiona. The vibrant colors and lively music grated on his foul mood. Damn this nonsense, he thought, weaving through crowds of families, sampling international foods. He spotted a stage where performers practiced a folk dance, another area with kids painting flags of the world. The entire setup reeked of communal harmony, something Clay despised in his current bitter state. After a few minutes, he glimpsed Fiona across the plaza, clipboard in hand, directing a vendor to a vacant booth. He paused behind a kiosk selling handmade jewelry, half hidden by a display, observing her. She wore a light sundress, hair pinned up to manage the heat, looking professional, yet approachable. Clay sneered to himself. She's too comfortable. Time to change that. He waited until she finished giving directions to a volunteer, then moved in swiftly, intercepting her path. Fiona nearly collided with him, eyes widening when she recognized who blocked her way. "Mr. Locke?" she breathed, voice laced with alarm. "What are you doing here?" Clay forced a thin smile. "I came to see how my dear ex-daughter-in-law's faring. Quite the event you've organized all this hustle." Her stomach churned. She tried to maintain composure. "I'm working, Clay. If this is about Darius—" He leaned in, voice dripping with condescension. "Oh, it's definitely about my son. I need your help. Or else we can revisit certain details you might prefer to keep buried." Fiona's heart hammered. "I told you before I won't lie for you." Clay's smile turned predatory. "You do recall you once cheated on my son? Not exactly a paragon of virtue. Perhaps the city officials might find it interesting if a rumor circulates about how you manipulate events. Maybe your reputation is more fragile than you think." Her hands trembled. "That's blackmail." He shrugged. "Call it what you will. The point is, you either help me gather intelligence about Darius, any dirt you have, or can obtain, or I start whispering to your clients that you're a proven liar who'll sabotage events if it benefits your own pockets." He stepped closer, overshadowing her. "Imagine how fast your little business collapses." Fiona's pulse thundered in her ears. She felt cornered, outraged. "Darius has no secrets I can give you. We're divorced. I don't have access to his affairs." Clay's eyes gleamed with malice. "Nonsense. You lived with him for years. You must know something that can tarnish him in the public eye. Old disputes, financial corners cut in building expansions, or at least help me find them?" Fiona shook her head, voice trembling. "He never cut corners. He's honest. And I won't betray him again. I can't." Clay's mask of civility cracked. His voice hissed, "You think you're so righteous now after your cheap fling? Don't forget who you are." He glanced around, noticing spectators. He lowered his tone but pressed on. "Get me something, or pay the price." Then he stepped back, giving her a cold, mocking nod. "Enjoy your fare, Fiona." He strode away, blending into the crowd. Fiona stood rooted, shock rippling through her. Her breathing came in ragged gulps, tears threatening. She recalled the intense shame of her affair with Henry, the public confession that shattered Clay's earlier scheme. Now he threatened to ruin her livelihood if she didn't comply. A swirl of desperation churned in her gut. She wouldn't become Clay's pawn. But how to stop him? One of her volunteers approached, concern etched on her face. "Fiona, you okay? You look pale." Fiona mustered a forced smile. Just the heat. I'll grab some water. She forced her legs to move, burying her panic. She had an event to run, but inside she trembled at Clay's threat. What if he follows through? Her newly built reputation could crumble under malicious rumors. She vowed to seek help, though from whom she wasn't sure. She only knew she wouldn't yield to Clay's blackmail. Later that evening, as the cultural fair concluded successfully, Fiona found a quiet moment in a side courtyard of the library. The string lights twinkled overhead, left over from the day's festivities. Though everyone else was celebrating a job well done, she stood alone, shoulders slumped in dread. Clay's ominous words echoed in her mind. Get me something, or pay the price. She considered reaching out to Darius or maybe Rebecca, but how to explain that Clay demanded sabotage? Would Darius even trust her word? She remembered how thoroughly she'd broken his trust once, and Clay's threat he could smear her easily. She had no illusions. Big sponsors could vanish overnight if he spread enough slander. At that moment, a figure appeared. Carla, her assistant, holding a water bottle. Hey, boss. You missed the final announcement. We raised a good sum for the library. Everyone's praising your organization. Fiona tried to smile. That's wonderful news. Thanks, Carla. Carla studied her face. You sure you're okay? You look worried. Fiona swallowed hard. She couldn't reveal the full extent of Clay's blackmail, so she offered a half-truth. Just a personal matter. I'll handle it. Don't worry. Carla nodded uncertainly, then said, "Good night," leaving Fiona with the swirling shadows. She closed her eyes, mind racing. I have to find a way to stand up to Clay. She refused to sink to betrayal again, but she also couldn't allow him to destroy her professional life. Maybe there was legal recourse, or perhaps she should warn Darius. Anxiety gnawed at her, yet a small flame of defiance flickered. She wasn't the same naive woman. She'd fight back if necessary. Meanwhile, Darius strolled through a small farmer's market with Andrea the next morning, enjoying a leisurely weekend date. They weaved between stalls, selling fresh produce, homemade pastries, and artisanal crafts, occasionally sampling cheeses or chatting with local vendors. The relaxed ambiance felt like a breath of fresh air after the hectic demands of construction schedules. At one stall, Andrea held up a jar of honey. Think the kids at the center would like a beekeeping lesson one day? Might be fun. Darius grinned. Beekeeping definitely out of my wheelhouse, but I'm open to it. He placed a small purchase of honey in his tote. The soft lull of people's chatter, the bright warmth of the sun, Andrea's easy laughter, these reminded him that life could be simple and kind, unburdened by old feuds. But as they ambled further, a nagging feeling tugged at Darius's mind. The memory of Clay's repeated attempts at sabotage was never fully gone. He'd been quiet lately, too quiet. Darius suspected his father wouldn't remain idle. He frowned slightly, but quickly brushed the concern aside, not wanting to darken the moment with Andrea. She noticed his brief preoccupation. Penny for your thoughts? He gave a reassuring half-smile. Nothing major, just a stray worry about some business matters. It's fine. She studied him a moment, understanding he might not want to dwell on it, then offered a supportive nod. They continued strolling, pausing to listen to a street musician's lively tune. In that moment, Darius reaffirmed to himself that no matter what Clay tried, he wouldn't let it overshadow the progress he'd made. He was building a future with integrity, forging a bond with Andrea. The old ghosts would not define him. Clay sat in his penthouse office, phone in hand, eyes scanning a new lead. A distant cousin of the Locke family had emailed him about a rumor that Darius's firm might be handling a major municipal stadium renovation soon. If that rumor proved true, Clay wanted to sabotage it. From the start, leak false claims about design flaws, bribe a city committee member to question the bid. The cousin implied he had connections to local sports clubs who might sow dissent. Clay's lips curled into a slow, cruel grin. This was tangible. A big contract means big leverage. If he could orchestrate enough doubt, perhaps the city would hesitate to award it to Darius. Or at the very least, the negative press coverage would hamper Darius's expansion. Clay typed a curt reply, asking for more details. Then, he resumed scribbling in his notepad, formulating a strategy to push Fiona more aggressively. He wanted double insurance, inside info from Fiona and an external smear campaign. One of the two had to yield results. He poured himself another drink, recalling how, years ago, he'd directed Darius's early career with an iron fist, expecting obedience. Yet Darius's talent and drive led him to surpass Clay's expectations and eventually rebel against Clay's manipulations. He thinks he can be the city's golden boy. Time to remind him who truly has the cunning in the Locke bloodline. Fueled by spite, Clay whipped out his phone again, dialing a city official's private number. He arranged a discreet lunch in the coming week, planning to sow seeds of doubt about Darius's upcoming projects. Clay's voice brimmed with false concern as he teased the notion of public safety and lack of thorough oversight. The official sounded lukewarm, but Clay's foot was in the door. Step by step, he'd wage his war. That same day, Fiona racked her brain for a solution to Clay's threat. She sat at a small cafe table with Rebecca, who'd texted her an invite to chat. They sipped iced teas, the midday sun filtering in through the windows. Fiona finally mustered the courage to confide, choosing words carefully. "Rebecca, I encountered Clay at the cultural fair. He cornered me, demanded I find dirt on Darius, or else he'd ruin my business reputation." Rebecca's eyes flared with anger. "He what? That's outrageous. Are you sure?" Fiona nodded shakily. "He basically blackmailed me. I refused, but he threatened to spread rumors, call me a fraud. If sponsors believe him, I'll lose everything." Rebecca clenched her jaw. "God, that man never stops. Listen, Darius is strong now. He won't be toppled by Clay. But what about you?" Fiona's voice trembled. "I can't sabotage Darius. I owe him too much penance. But Clay's threat is real. I could lose clients just from a whiff of scandal. People remember my affair. They'll assume where there's smoke, there's fire." Rebecca reached across the table, grasping Fiona's hand gently. "I'll talk to Darius. He needs to know Clay's stepping up again." Fear flashed in Fiona's eyes. "Please, he'll think I'm meddling. He doesn't trust me. And I hate dragging him into drama." Rebecca shook her head firmly. "Darius doesn't hate you. He's moved on, yes. But he wouldn't want Clay harassing you like this. Let me handle it. I won't mention your name if you're uncomfortable. I can just say Clay's blackmailing people again to get ammo." Fiona exhaled, torn. Maybe that's best. Clay's unstoppable if no one warns Darius. But keep me out of it as much as possible. I don't want him thinking I'm stirring trouble." Rebecca nodded, determination in her gaze. "Don't worry, Clay has to be stopped. We can't let him keep poisoning everything." A fragile sense of relief washed through Fiona. She felt gratitude that someone was on her side. She prayed silently that no new heartbreak or misunderstandings would arise. She just wanted to protect herself, and in a strange way, protect Darius from further strife. That evening, Rebecca approached Darius in his office. The workspace was quiet after hours, only a few lights illuminating the desks. Darius looked up from a blueprint when she entered, surprise flickering across his face. "Rebecca, everything okay?" She sank into a chair, meeting his curious gaze. I came to warn you. Clay's active again. He's apparently trying to dig up dirt on you, something about a stadium project rumor. He's also going around blackmailing people to find skeletons in your closet. Darius's expression hardened. Blackmailing who? Rebecca hesitated. I don't have specifics, but you know Clay. He'll threaten or bribe whoever he can. I just want you to be prepared. He rubbed a hand across his jaw, tension radiating from him. That man never learns. I appreciate the heads up. I'll speak to Mitchell Crane, maybe file a preemptive legal warning if Clay tries defamation. Rebecca nodded. Good. If you hear about the stadium project, be cautious. He's telling officials you cut corners and can't be trusted. Darius scoffed, anger flaring. He's desperate. My track record is spotless. Silence stretched, a shared frustration over Clay's toxic vendetta. Then Darius sighed, leaning back. Thank you, sis. I'll handle it. Rebecca stood, her eyes flicking with concern. He might go after people close to you, too. Just watch your back. Darius nodded, features set in grim resolve. I will. As she left, he stared at the blueprint, thoughts swirling. Clay's obsession threatened to disrupt everything he'd built, but Darius was no longer the naive son, easily manipulated. He'd fight back within the bounds of the law, stand firm to protect what he valued. Darius wasted no time. The next morning, he met Mitchell Crane, his trusted attorney, at a corner booth of a quiet diner. Over steaming coffee, Darius laid out the rumored stadium project, Clay's potential involvement, and the broad strokes of blackmail. Mitchell listened intently, scribbling notes. After a moment, Mitchell nodded. We can't prosecute Clay on rumor alone. But if he's blackmailing folks, that's a crime. Problem is, we need evidence recordings, statements from victims. Without that, a court filing might flop. However, a strongly worded cease and desist to Clay's known addresses might warn him we're watching. Darius frowned. He's too cunning to leave a paper trail. The moment he sees a cease and desist, he'll just slink into more covert tactics. But let's do it anyway. We have to start somewhere. Mitchell agreed. And if the stadium project opens for bids, I'll keep an eye out for any sabotage attempts. We can present your impeccable safety records. Clay's rumors won't stick if city officials see your record is clean. Darius exhaled. All right. Thanks, Mitchell. He sipped coffee, a steely determination in his eyes. He might keep playing dirty, but I won't stoop to his level. Just keep me informed of legal options. Mitchell's gaze held respect. You've come a long way, Darius. Clay's used intimidation tactics for years. Now he's out of his depth. With the youth center success and your solid relationships, you're in a strong position. Don't let him spook you. A hint of a smile touched Darius's lips. I won't. As the tension simmered beneath the city's surface, Andrea noticed subtle changes in Darius's demeanor. During a quiet dinner at her apartment, she gently probed, You seem preoccupied. Something at work? Darius set his fork down, glancing at her concerned eyes. He debated how much to share. She wasn't intimately part of the Locke family drama, but she was becoming important in his life. Ultimately, he decided honesty was best. He outlined the basics. My father, Clay, has a vendetta against me. He's been trying to sabotage my projects, spread rumors, blackmail people. It flared up again recently. I'm dealing with it, but it's stressful. Andrea's brows knitted in worry. That sounds awful. Is there any risk to your firm or the youth center? He shook his head. He can't harm the center. That's separate. My business is stable. I just hate that he might drag innocent people into this. She reached over, covering his hand with hers. I'm here to support you. Whatever you need. If he tries smearing your philanthropic work, we'll push back with the truth. Emotion flickered in his chest. He turned his hand to entwine fingers with hers. "Thank you, Andrea. I appreciate that." They resumed dinner, the tension easing with her comforting presence. Her unwavering support reminded him that the shadows of Clay's manipulations no longer had to dominate his life. He had allies, honest relationships, and a future that Clay couldn't tarnish unless Darius let him. Late that night, Fiona stood on her small balcony, gazing at the city lights. She replayed Clay's threat, anxiety gnawing her insides. But she also recalled telling Rebecca. Maybe that was enough to help Darius see Clay's next move. She blew out a shaky breath, hugging herself against the evening chill. In her mind, she pictured Darius's face, calm, resolute. She wondered if he'd suspect her involvement or appreciate the indirect warning. A surge of longing for simpler times coursed through her, but there was no turning back the clock. She'd chosen her path, and Darius had found a new one. She whispered into the night, "I won't betray you again." The vow felt both painful and empowering. She recognized her future lay in continuing to build her event planning career ethically, not stooping to Clay's manipulations. Even if it meant risking Clay's wrath, she refused to sabotage the man she once loved. Somewhere in the city, Clay plotted, Fiona felt certain storms loomed on the horizon, but for now, she held on to a fragile hope that the truth would prevail, that Darius would remain unscathed, and that she'd hold her own against Clay's intimidation. She closed her eyes, letting the cool breeze soothe her. Tomorrow, she'd wake and continue her honest work, come what may. Chapter 11. Morning sun glinted off the bustling downtown skyline as Darius Locke arrived at his office for a critical meeting. A potential multi-million-dollar commercial development deal was on the table, new office towers near the city's waterfront. His staff buzzed with excitement. Securing this contract would further cement Locke Construction's reputation as a top-tier firm. He greeted Leon, his CFO, in the corridor. Leon wore a satisfied grin. "The partners from Havelock & Sons are in the conference room. They seem eager to finalize." Darius nodded. "Excellent. Let's not keep them waiting." He straightened his tie, heart pounding with anticipation. Despite Clay's looming threats, Darius's business soared on legitimate merits. This meeting might be another step forward. Inside, he shook hands with the visiting executives. They exchanged pleasantries, then dove into presentations on timelines, budget breakdowns, architectural visions. Darius laid out his firm's proven track record, highlighting safety and efficiency. The potential partners asked pointed questions, but Darius answered with clarity, referencing past successful projects. The synergy felt strong. Finally, an older executive, Mr. Havelock himself, closed the folder. "I'm impressed, Mr. Locke. You run a tight ship. Pending minor legal checks, I see no reason we can't sign next week." A surge of triumph coursed through Darius. "Thank you for the vote of confidence. We'll ensure everything is in order for a smooth collaboration." Handshakes sealed a near-certain agreement. After the visitors left, Darius turned to his staff, a broad smile on his face. "Well done, everyone. This is huge." Leon clapped him on the shoulder. "You deserve it, boss. Clay's rumors never stuck. Our name is golden." Darius's grin faltered slightly at the mention of Clay. He forced the worry aside. Let him try. The success is real. A few blocks away, inside a quiet cafe, Fiona sat with a city library official, reviewing feedback from the cultural fair. The official praised the smooth organization and the positive community response. Fiona glowed with quiet pride. Another successful event under her belt, further validating her business. Once the official departed, Fiona lingered, sipping herbal tea. She scrolled through her phone emails from prospective clients. An invitation to a local broadcaster's morning show to talk about event management. An on-air appearance? That's new. She felt equal parts nervous and excited. Being recognized in the public eye was gratifying, yet made her wary. If Clay launched a smear campaign, a higher profile would make her more vulnerable. She considered texting Carla for a second opinion, but paused. Her phone's reflection showed her own anxious eyes. I have to keep forging ahead, she reminded herself. She'd built this momentum from scratch, and no threat would derail her if she remained steadfast. Still, Clay's menacing voice echoed in her mind. Fiona exhaled, swiping to a saved draft email addressed to a local attorney, inquiring about defamation defense. She hadn't sent it yet. Should I prepare for a legal battle? The thought knotted her stomach. She closed the phone, deciding to consult with Rebecca again or gather more information. No sense panicking prematurely. As she left the cafe, a warm breeze ruffled her hair. She squared her shoulders. Another day, another step in reclaiming her life. In his penthouse, Clay Locke paced with pent-up aggression. A contact had informed him that Darius was close to sealing a major development contract with Havelock and Sons. The news churned Clay's resentful fury. He keeps winning no matter what I do. He hurled an empty glass across the room. It shattered against the wall. Regaining composure, he dialed a subordinate to confirm the rumor. The subordinate confirmed it. Locke Construction's official signing was imminent. Clay's knuckles whitened. Darius's success overshadowed Clay's own diminishing empire. That searing sense of being outdone by his son fueled a final desperate plan. He typed a message to a shady private investigator he'd used in the past, a man rumored to deal in questionable methods. Clay demanded any damaging secrets, financial, personal, that could blow up Darius's credibility. Then, toggling to another chat, he messaged a city official he'd bribed, urging them to raise last-minute compliance concerns about Locke Construction. He offered hush money to ensure any small detail could be spun into a major violation. Clay's grin turned feral. I'll keep pushing until Darius cracks. If Fiona refused to help him, he'd destroy her too. One way or another, he'd drag his son down. The taste of whiskey lingered on his tongue as he stared out the window at the city skyline, imagining it under his shadow, not Darius's. I built him. I can break him. As the week advanced, Fiona grew more anxious. She'd begun noticing subtle signs. A key sponsor hesitated about upcoming events, citing concerns about your track record, though they wouldn't elaborate. Another client canceled a meeting abruptly, referencing rumors we heard. The ominous sense that Clay had begun spreading seeds of doubt weighed on her like a lead blanket. One evening in her apartment, she paced, phone in hand, debating calling Darius. But would that help, or just make things worse? She feared he might believe she was part of Clay's sabotage. Worse, he could see it as an attempt to reinsert herself into his life. A knock at the door startled her. She opened it to find Rebecca, an urgent look on her face. Fiona let her in, relief washing over her. Rebecca drew a tense breath. Clay's ramping up. Darius told me sponsors for your events might be hearing rumor stuff about you being an opportunist who pocketed charity funds or fabricated attendance numbers. Fiona's heart lurched. That's a lie. I'd never... Rebecca raised a hand. I know. Darius knows. But rumors can stick if repeated enough. Fiona trembled with anger. This is exactly what he threatened. I can't let him ruin me. Should I confront him? Rebecca grimaced. No. He thrives on direct confrontation, or he might use your reaction against you. Maybe we gather statements from satisfied clients, build a public testimonial to counter the lies. Fiona's eyes filled with tears of frustration. I'll do whatever it takes. People must see the truth. Rebecca nodded, determination igniting. We'll get statements from your library fair, cultural bazaar, philanthropic partners, then release them as a positive PR spin. Meanwhile, Darius's lawyer might move to shut Clay down. You're not alone, Fiona. Fiona sagged onto a chair, tears slipping. Thank you. I'm so tired of living under Clay's shadow. Rebecca knelt, squeezing her hand. We'll expose him for the manipulator he is. Trust me. At Locke Construction's main office, Darius convened with Mitchell Crane and Leon. They'd received word from an associate that Clay was actively calling city officials, claiming improprieties in Darius's firm. The official recognized Clay's meddling, but said some gullible committee members might demand an investigation. Mitchell steepled his fingers. We can preemptively open our financial and safety records to the city to prove transparency. Show them we have nothing to hide. This might defuse Clay's attempt before it gains traction. Leon nodded. I'll compile the data. We've always been squeaky clean. Darius exhaled. Do it. We'll be fully cooperative if the city queries. Meanwhile, let's not let Clay's nonsense overshadow our Havelock & Sons contract. We sign in 2 days. Focus on that success. The trio strategized communication plans, how to respond to any press inquiries. Darius's phone buzzed mid-meeting Andrea's name on the screen. He let it go to voicemail, not wanting to interrupt. He felt a pang of guilt, but business was pressing. Once the meeting concluded, he'd call her back. This balancing act, defending his firm from Clay while nurturing new relationships, left him stretched thin, but he refused to let Clay erode what he'd built. After the meeting, he stepped into his private office, dialing Andrea. She answered quickly, relief in her voice. Hey, you busy? He softened at her tone. Just finished. Everything okay? She paused. I heard from a friend in city council. Clay's stirring trouble. I wanted to make sure you're all right. His chest warmed at her concern. I'm managing. We're opening our records, showing we have nothing to hide. Andrea's admiration was audible. You're handling this with grace. If you need any support from the nonprofit angle, count me in. Darius closed his eyes, a wave of gratitude rushing through him. Thank you, Andrea. I appreciate it. That sense of solidarity bolstered him. Clay might try to isolate Darius, but new allies stood by him. Late that afternoon, Clay's investigator delivered a flimsy report. He'd found no evidence of wrongdoing in Darius's finances or personal life. Furious, Clay snatched the folder and hurled it aside, scattering papers. Is that all you have? He spat. The investigator shrugged nervously. Your son appears clean. Even his personal circle vouches for him. He's dating that nonprofit director, Andrea Delgado. She's well respected. No scandal there. Clay seethed. Useless! Get out of my sight! The man scurried away. Clay's pulse pounded. It seemed every path to tarnish Darius was blocked by the man's genuine integrity. Turning, Clay eyed the city skyline. He clenched his fists, recalling Fiona's refusal. She knows him intimately. If she won't help me, I'll dismantle her first. The memory of her defiance at the cultural fair stoked his rage. Time to crush her worthless business. Show Darius that crossing me has consequences. Fiona's phone rang unexpectedly that evening, an unknown number. Hesitantly, she answered, hearing Clay's venomous voice. Hello, dear ex-daughter-in-law. Enjoying the lost clients? Fiona's gut twisted. Stop this, Clay. You're spreading lies. He chuckled darkly. I'll stop if you comply. I want a single piece of info, some detail about Darius, that I can spin. An old argument, a half-buried financial secret. Lie if you must. She swallowed, horror mounting. Never. He doesn't deserve that, and I won't stoop to falsehood again. Clay's snarl crackled. Then watch your business crumble. Next week, I'll call more sponsors, feed them any rumor I please. You'll be a pariah. Tears welled in her eyes. She refused to beg. Voice shaking, she said, "You won't win. Darius is strong, and I can rebuild no matter what you do." Clay laughed mockingly. "We'll see." The line disconnected. Fiona collapsed onto her couch, heart pounding. She texted Rebecca. "He just called. Threatens more rumors. I'm scared." Within an hour, Rebecca stood at Fiona's apartment door again, hugging her trembling form. Fiona recounted the call, voice raw. "He wants me to fabricate something about Darius or he'll ruin me entirely." Rebecca's eyes blazed with protective anger. "We need to act. Let's record his calls next time, gather evidence. Then we go to the authorities for blackmail. Darius can't ignore this." Fiona wiped tears, nodding. "Yes, I'll do it. I can't be silent anymore." Rebecca typed furiously on her phone, instructing a friend in law enforcement to advise them on recording laws. She also messaged Darius. "Clay is actively harassing Fiona with blackmail. We need to coordinate a response." Fiona's stomach churned. Fear and relief mixed. Fear of the fallout. Relief that maybe this time the law or Darius's resources could shield her. She recalled how she once tried to handle matters alone, spiraling into deeper betrayal. Now, she'd trust others who cared enough to help. "I won't let Clay bully me into repeating old mistakes." At Darius's house, he paced upon reading Rebecca's text. Anger flared that Clay targeted Fiona again. Regardless of their past, he wouldn't stand by while Clay tormented someone over petty vengeance. He called Mitchell Crane, explaining the blackmail scenario in detail. Mitchell's voice was grim. "If Fiona can record or document Clay's threats, we can press charges. Let's coordinate carefully to avoid entrapment issues. Encourage her to gather all evidence of sponsor cancellations referencing Clay's rumors. We'll build a strong defamation and blackmail case." Darius thanked him, then dialed Rebecca. She picked up on the first ring. "Fiona's terrified," Rebecca said, "but willing to record the next call or message." Darius's voice was steady. "Good. We'll compile that evidence. Clay's crossed a line he can't weasel out of. Let Fiona know I'm on her side in this. We'll take him down legally." A pause. "I will." She's relieved to hear it. After ending the call, Darius let out a shaky breath. The memory of Fiona's betrayal still lingered, but in the face of Clay's cruelty, old grievances felt smaller. No one deserves Clay's abuse. He resolved to see it through, standing up for Fiona's right to rebuild her life. 2 days later, Fiona braced herself for another potential call. She'd installed an app that could legally record incoming calls, as advised by Mitchell and law enforcement contacts. The tension weighed on her every moment. Meanwhile, she scrambled to keep clients from canceling, presenting them with success stories and references. Some were swayed, others remained spooked. That afternoon, her phone vibrated Clay's unknown number. Heart pounding, she hit record before answering. His sneering tone, "So, have you reconsidered? I have a juicy rumor locked and loaded for your next big sponsor." Fiona forced her voice to remain calm. "I have no help for you. Darius never had skeletons to reveal." Clay spat curses. "You worthless incompetent. Fine. Expect an avalanche of canceled events. I'll see you bankrupt." Her hand shook, adrenaline coursing, but she managed a small retort. "Do your worst, Clay. I'm not bending." He launched into vile threats, laced with personal insults. The call ended abruptly. Fiona saved the recording, heart hammering. She texted Rebecca, "Got it recorded. Ugly stuff. Sending file to you and Mitchell." Though fear gnawed, a flicker of empowerment emerged. Finally, proof. She dreaded the storm that might follow, but she refused to cower. The die was cast. Clay's hateful words were now documented. If he dared escalate, she had the means to fight back and, hopefully, to protect herself and Darius from his twisted vendetta. Chapter 12. A tense sunrise lit the skyline. Darius arrived at his office early, preparing for the scheduled signing with Havelock and Sons. Despite Clay's sabotage attempts, the city seemed unfazed, and the partnership was set to proceed. Yet an undercurrent of anxiety thrummed through Darius. Rebecca had updated him that Fiona captured a damning recording of Clay. Mitchell was reviewing it, drafting a legal complaint for blackmail and defamation. He mentally separated the issues. Focus on the contract first, then deal with Clay. The Havelock executives arrived, and the atmosphere in the conference room glowed with optimism. Formalities, handshakes, and final signatures flew by. When Mr. Havelock announced, "Congratulations, Lock Construction is officially our partner on this development," a surge of pride spread among Darius and his team. They celebrated modestly with coffee and pastries. As the visitors left, Darius turned to Leon, exhaling with a triumphant grin. "This is a huge step forward. Let's keep it rolling." Leon flashed a thumbs up, stepping out. Darius retreated to his office, adrenaline still high. He wanted to call Andrea with the good news. But first, Mitchell had texted, "Call me ASAP. Urgent about Clay." Darius's grin faded. He dialed immediately. Mitchell's voice was direct. "I've reviewed the recording Fiona provided. It's explicit blackmail. He's threatening to ruin her business if she doesn't fabricate dirt on you. This is enough to press charges or at least file a civil suit." Darius's jaw tightened. "Then let's do it. I want this man stopped for good." Mitchell's tone was measured. "We'll coordinate with law enforcement. Might be best for Fiona to press criminal charges, too. We can file civil claims for defamation. Let's ensure we're all on the same page." Darius nodded, tension coiling. "Set it up. I'll back Fiona fully." A wave of complex emotion washed over him. They were about to stand side by side against Clay, the father who once dominated them both. It felt surreal, but also necessary. Enough was enough. That evening, a small meeting took place at Mitchell Crane's law firm. Present were Fiona, Darius, Rebecca, and Mitchell. The firm's conference room felt sober under fluorescent lights. Fiona sat stiffly, still reeling from the fact that Darius, her ex-husband, had invited her here as an ally. Darius broke the uneasy silence. "Fiona, thank you for recording Clay's call. I'm sorry he's been harassing you." She swallowed, voice quiet. I had to do something. I know I wronged you in the past. But this time, I won't let Clay manipulate me." He nodded. "We're on the same side. Clay's vendetta crosses every line of decency." Mitchell interjected, distributing copies of the typed transcript from the call. "We'll present this to the DA's office. If they deem it credible, they'll consider blackmail charges. Meanwhile, a civil lawsuit for defamation is likely." Fiona's hands shook. "If this goes public, Clay might retaliate more viciously. Are you sure we can keep him at bay?" Mitchell adjusted his glasses. "Once a criminal complaint is filed, if Clay persists, it'll strengthen our case. We can request restraining orders. It's riskier for him to keep up the harassment." Darius added softly, "I'll help cover your legal fees if needed. You shouldn't face this alone." Her eyes watered with gratitude and guilt. "Thank you. I never wanted it to come to this." Rebecca chimed in, a small smile of encouragement. "We do what's necessary. Clay can't keep terrorizing people." They finalized details. Mitchell would file a formal complaint with the district attorney, accompanied by Fiona's recorded call, her statement, plus references from sponsors who'd hinted at hearing rumors from Clay. If the DA pursued it, Clay might face charges of extortion or blackmail. On the civil side, a defamation suit would highlight his attempts to ruin Fiona's livelihood through lies. As they rose to leave, the tension thick, Fiona mustered courage to face Darius. "I appreciate your support. I know I can't undo the past, but—" He gently cut her off, voice calm. "It's forgotten. Let's focus on stopping Clay and moving forward." She nodded, relief flooding her. They parted ways, the strangest sense of camaraderie uniting them against a common foe. Clay received a rude awakening when a police detective knocked on his penthouse door one morning delivering a subpoena. Clay's face burned with rage as he read the official language he was under investigation for blackmailing Fiona Locke and defamation attempts. He ripped the paper in half, though that changed nothing. The detective calmly informed him that ignoring the subpoena would lead to further consequences. Slamming the door, Clay roared in fury, pacing like a caged animal. He'd never expected Fiona, the woman he deemed weak and malleable, to muster such defiance. "She recorded me, that conniving traitor." Realization sank in that Darius might be backing her legally. This was a new level of betrayal. He poured scotch, hands trembling. If law enforcement took the matter seriously, he might face criminal charges. His social standing was already tarnished. Now, jail time hovered ominously. "I can't go down like this." He racked his brain for a last-ditch escape, maybe bribing or intimidating the DA or fleeing the city. But flight would confirm his guilt. He cursed under his breath. Grabbing his phone, he dialed an old political acquaintance, seeking help to bury the case. The man sounded wary. "Clay, your name is toxic. I can't risk involvement, sorry." The line went dead. Clay shattered the phone against the floor. "No one's left to bail me out." At the youth center, Andrea noticed Darius's subdued demeanor. He'd confided that the legal proceedings against Clay had begun, the stress nibbling at him. She lured him outside for a brief walk along the center's small garden, hoping fresh air would soothe him. They strolled past budding flowers, the mild afternoon breeze carrying laughter from kids inside. Andrea's hand found his. "How are you holding up?" He forced a tight smile. "Better now. Clay's summoned and Fiona's pressing charges. Part of me can't believe it's come to this, my own father, in a criminal investigation. But it's necessary." Andrea squeezed his hand gently. "You did everything right. You tried ignoring him, being civil. He wouldn't stop." He nodded, tension in his eyes. "I just feel uneasy. Even cornered animals lash out. I worry Clay might do something drastic." She rested a comforting palm on his shoulder. "We'll be careful. Don't let fear overshadow what you've achieved. You have your firm, your new contract, this center." His gaze softened. "Thank you. Your support means a lot." They lingered in the garden, the sun's warmth contrasting with the chill of Clay's looming threat. Darius drew strength from Andrea's steadiness. He realized that while scars from betrayal shaped him, he refused to let Clay's darkness steal his present happiness. The next week passed in a flurry of legal motions. Fiona gave a formal statement to the district attorney, providing her call recording and sponsor testimonies about Clay's smear campaign. Mitchell Crane stood by her side, clarifying the blackmail context. The DA seemed inclined to proceed with charges, though they'd need a bit more time to finalize. Meanwhile, Clay's attorneys tried to stall, filing motions to dismiss. Tension rose as hearing dates neared. During this period, Darius and Fiona never met face-to-face, but sporadic communication through Mitchell and Rebecca coordinated their efforts. Fiona gained a curious sense of closure, realizing she could stand in solidarity with Darius to fight a greater evil without dredging up their personal tragedy. In that unity, she found a surprising peace, her final atonement, perhaps. Rebecca updated them frequently. The DA's building a strong case. Clay's phone records might show multiple calls to sponsors. Combined with Fiona's recording, it's pretty damning. Possibly an indictment soon. For Darius, hearing that news stirred relief and heartbreak. Clay might finally face consequences. A part of him lamented it had come to this, but Clay had left them no choice. Clay responded with vitriol. He posted a scathing editorial on a fringe local blog, accusing Fiona of forging the recording, labeling Darius a liar who orchestrated a witch hunt. The piece reeked of desperation, lacking credible evidence. Nonetheless, it circulated among certain gossip circles. Fiona's phone blew up with inquiries, some outraged supporters, others cynically asking if she doctored audio. Distressed, she called Mitchell, who reassured her that a forensic analysis could validate the recording's authenticity. She also posted a calm statement on her professional social media, reaffirming her honesty and referencing ongoing legal actions. Darius, upon reading Clay's screed, felt an old pang of disgust. He realized he must remain composed, trusting the legal process. Andrea helped him draft a measured response from Locke Construction, stating they had no comment on baseless accusations. The truth would emerge in court, and so the city watched, rumors swirling. Allies rallied around Darius and Fiona, praising their courage. Others speculated whether the famed Clay Locke was truly undone, or if he had a cunning final card to play. At last, a preliminary hearing date arrived. Fiona, pale but resolute, walked into the courthouse with Mitchell at her side. Darius and Rebecca joined them. On the opposite side, Clay entered with his own lawyer, face twisted in fury as cameras snapped pictures. A small crowd of reporters lingered, sensing high drama in the Locke family meltdown. The judge explained this was not a full trial, but a probable cause hearing. Fiona took the stand briefly, confirming under oath that Clay demanded she fabricate evidence against Darius or face slander. She played the recorded call, its venomous words echoing in the hushed courtroom. Clay's lawyer tried objecting, claiming it was illegally obtained, but the judge overruled, citing the state's one-party consent recording statute. Clay glowered at Fiona, silent hatred in his eyes. She avoided meeting his gaze, focusing on the judge's questions. Darius watched from a seat behind Mitchell, heart pounding. Hearing Clay's vile threats, replayed hammered home how twisted Clay had become. In the end, the judge found enough probable cause to proceed with formal charges. Clay was released on bail, but the case advanced to a criminal trial. A swirl of emotions consumed Fiona: relief, dread, resolve. Darius felt a heavy weight, acknowledging that the man who fathered him now stood as a criminal defendant. Outside the courthouse, reporters swarmed. Darius shielded Fiona as microphones thrust forward. She managed a brief statement. "We trust the legal system to reveal the truth. We stand against harassment and blackmail." Darius echoed her sentiment, calmly reaffirming no personal vendettas, only a pursuit of justice. Clay, upon emerging, launched into a tirade at the cameras, calling Fiona a scheming adulteress, and Darius a backstabbing son, vowing he'd expose them all. The spectators looked on with a mix of shock and fascination. The tabloids relished the drama, headlines screaming, "Locke family war." Fiona trembled, but Darius guided her away from the chaos. In that moment, she felt the oddest sense of redemption side by side with the man she betrayed, now united against a common malevolence. She offered a quiet, "Thank you," and he gently nodded. The trial date was set several weeks away. Fiona worried about Clay's potential retaliation in the interim. But as time passed, Clay found no traction for new lies. Sponsors rallied behind Fiona, especially once it became public that she held a recording of Clay's threats. Darius's business soared with the new developments, overshadowing Clay's attempt to smear him. The city's narrative shifted. Clay was the desperate villain, and those he tormented were forging a better path. In the quiet resilience that followed, Fiona secured new events, her reputation ironically bolstered by the empathy of clients who viewed her as a victim of Clay's harassment. Darius completed his deals, including the major Havelock project. The youth center thrived, launching a music program with Andrea's guidance. At times, Darius found himself reflecting on how adversity had brought him, Fiona, and others to a strange unity. Clay had become a cautionary tale power, corrupted by bitterness. Once, Darius might have dreaded such a final confrontation. Now he welcomed the chance to close that chapter for good. On the evening before Clay's trial, Fiona stood on her apartment balcony, gazing at a city shimmering under the setting sun. The day's heat softened into a gentle warmth. She felt an unsteady mixture of nerves and determination. Tomorrow, she'd testify more fully, describing Clay's blackmail in detail. Darius would also speak on how Clay's sabotage efforts spanned from smear campaigns to direct threats. She set aside regrets about her affair. Some scars never fully fade, but found solace that she'd chosen the right side this time. The future beyond the trial felt uncertain. Clay might be convicted, or maybe the outcome would be more complicated. Yet she believed in the justice system enough to hope for a fair resolution. A text pinged. Darius. "Tomorrow's big. If you need anything, let me know. Thank you for your courage." She stared at those words, tears prickling. She typed back, "Thank you for believing me. Let's finish this and move on." That brief exchange encapsulated their journey from once devoted spouses to bitter exes, then unlikely allies. She breathed in the cool twilight air, wishing quietly for a peaceful dawn after the final storm. Story status. Clay Locke is formally charged with blackmail and defamation. Fiona and Darius, despite their painful past, stand together in pursuit of justice. Darius's career flourishes. Fiona's event business survives Clay's sabotage, thanks to recorded evidence. Andrea supports Darius's emotional well-being, hinting at a blooming romance. The stage is set for a forthcoming trial that may finally end Clay's destructive influence.